Sådan. Kan man ikke shift 5? Alright. Good morning. Good morning. Is it working, Morten? Yes? All right. Great. Welcome. I'm happy to see so many people here today on a Friday, and a great weather Friday, actually. Welcome to Maersk, and welcome to Global Azure that Morten and Maersk are arranging here, and Maersk is hosting. You can see the agenda. In a second, Pau, the Director of Cloud and Enterprise Service Engineering, will tell you a little bit about Maersk and Maersk technology and our cloud. Then we're going to have some sessions and lunch at 12:15 approximately, and a couple of sessions after lunch as well. I have 3 prizes that I will hand out at the end of the last 3 sessions to make sure that you stay awake before and after lunch. I'll ask a question about the presentation, and whoever answers fastest will get the prize. At that, you saw probably the practical info. If not, I had hoped that it would show up on screen now. Apparently, I'm not the PowerPoint wizard that I claim to be. The Wi-Fi code is there. It's also on the walls and on the tables outside if you need access. Please only bring water into the auditorium. That's what it says on the door at least. And let's go back. Awesome. Anyway, Maersk HQ is non-smoking, so if you need to smoke, you need to actually leave the premises, which will be a bit difficult because then you have to call me or one of my colleagues to come back in. Yes, that's it. Without, did you want to say anything, Morten?
Okay, well, I'll just say hello and welcome. We hope you will enjoy the day. Yeah.
Cool. Thank you. Now?
Put the slide for.
Yes.
Hey, welcome to Maersk campus. My name is Pau, and I've been in Maersk. I'm not going to tell you how long, but I started when Windows Vista was launched, so you can do the math. So great product, so a great time to start in a global company. I'm leading our public cloud offerings in Maersk, our managed cloud, our cloud engineers, also leading our end user services, our Office 365, enterprise voice, and our global end user support across our 88 countries where we have local IT sitting. Also recently took over our global enterprise software management and the VMO. So kind of a broad range of a portfolio, I would say. I'm not going to do a lot of PowerPoints, but I will give you a bit of a hint on why cloud is important to Maersk. I think the essence is, if you go back to 2017, Maersk has what we call a small misunderstanding between Russia and Ukraine. That was where we had the big cyber attack that ended up costing Maersk $250 million, or equal to the cost of the opera house on the other side of the water. That was a bit of a wake-up call, to be honest, but it was also the start of a journey where we started really pushing our zero trust agenda. And if you look at my areas today, zero trust is about the end user devices, it's about identity, it's about internet as the backbone, and absolutely your cloud architecture. We've been pushing that heavily for the last couple of years. And when COVID hit, Maersk was in a position where we could basically send all our employees home and work because our enterprise voice was already in the cloud, our entire security stack. We've been pushing our modern managed devices like there's no tomorrow, basically. And one of the reasons, if I look at cloud right now, what we call Maersk Connected Cloud. It's basically about connecting all our industrial assets, our planes, trains, trucks, our 6 million dry containers, 400,000 reefer containers, our 650 vessels, 73 terminals, and now we also have a few planes actually with the home base in Billund. So how do we connect all those assets over the internet without incurring a risk to Maersk? And for me, that's all about how you design your cloud architecture, your identity, and your end-user devices. Maersk has also been on a bit of a shopping spree in the M&A space. So we have, by acquisition, become a multi-cloud company. Strategy-wise, we actually were focusing on Azure to begin with. Azure is our kind of dominant cloud. Probably 80% of our cloud spend is with Microsoft today. We bought a lot of companies in the US that is born on Amazon. And that means that we have 11 acquisitions that came in with Amazon and is still running there. Recently, we bought a company called LF Logistics, which is an intra-China business that also came with a little bit of Eddie Cloud. So we have a bit of a mixed bag of cloud providers. We actually have a little bit running in OCI, not a lot, as little as possible, to be brutally honest. And we have our RPA, DPA robotics platform with 5600 virtual Windows 10 running in IBM Cloud. What used to be soft layer, and primarily because it was so cheap to get bare metal provisioning. And we basically just needed some raw compute. But today our landscape is very much, we're in bed with Microsoft, for better or for worse. We've been migrating most of our services, including our IoT service, to Azure. If you look at our kind of cloud architecture, more than 50% of our subscriptions are not connected to our corporate network through ExpressRoute. So one of the principles I keep pushing is that if you deploy all your cloud subscriptions in a zero trust fashion, the only thing you should have connectivity to is your Azure AD, your Kafka event streaming, and your APIs. As soon as you start doing a layer 2, layer 3 legacy connection, then you're pretty much screwed. Because what ends up happening is you build a dependency to your classic network with all the pros and cons from a security point of view. And you can probably imagine buying a Chinese warehouse company with 250 warehouses across APAC. You don't want to integrate them into your corporate network. What you want is to give them access to application and data. That's basically what you want. So most of our security stack today, whether it's CrowdStrike or Qualys, is also based on software as a service. So similar kind of control plane in the cloud. So that's basically it. You're going to hear a little bit from us today about FinOps, cloud cost. Like any other big enterprise, we got a bit of a bill shock as you just let your developers go loose. So-called full stack developers, less DevOps, but no ops and no FinOps for sure. And we have been actually fighting to get back with some good governance, FinOps practices, exposing the cost by product back to the platform teams. We have a full-time team of 9 FTEs doing cloud optimizations. We're taking out almost $1 million annualized cost this year on cloud by just looking into premium scoops used for earlier environments, the wrong scoop being used, all that good stuff. So FinOps is important for sure.
Did you say 9 FTEs?
Yeah, they paid themselves back the first month actually. So yeah, I'm sure Microsoft people in the room is going to give us a stabbing on the way out, but but in the end, they have the same interest, right? They want their customers to be running a lean and efficient cloud. Otherwise, that's super bad marketing. So then, of course, Maersk has a big edge environment. In all our warehouses, we have actually more servers in the new Santa Fe warehouse in the US than we have in our regional data centers. One of the reasons is we are focusing a lot of industrial automation. So whether it's an auto sorter in a warehouse, is some of the autonomous trucks in the terminals is kind of all IoT enabled. And actually, efficiency in the terminal for us is to automate it. The biggest cost for us in the US is labor cost, basically. And most of those terminals are unionized as well. So this is what we call the Maersk Connected Cloud, connecting assets, people, and data all over the internet as the backbone with a zero trust. Which sounds nice, but something we actually do. So we even have SAP HANA deployed to Azure, a pretty shitty application architecture, legacy application architecture. And what we tried to do was to SaaSify it in a way where we didn't need access to our legacy network and on-prem AD. So I think we have like a 95% of it disconnected from the traditional network. We still have a little bit of a SAP HANA that especially SAP GUI that kind of requires some on-prem AD. So that's kind of a state of the nation. Maersk has gone from somewhere around 500 internal tech people 3.5, 4 years ago to now having 5,000 engineers. In my organization alone, we have around 400 engineers. So across the UK, Copenhagen, Bangalore, Pune, and now also in the US. So very much on an insourcing journey of building it ourselves. So cool. Any questions? Any kind of mythbusters about Maersk? You have to wear a suit and tie, or No? Yeah, we have one.
Just a curiosity, how do you actually do identity management on all these kind of containers, trucks, right?
So we use Azure IoT service, including the machine identity capability there. So I think it comes back to a point about when you go multi-cloud, this never-ending discussion is, how much login do you want to do with a single provider versus, do you want to use lowest common denominator like Kubernetes or IaaS between the cloud providers? We have done what I would call vertical bets. IoT is one of those vertical bets where we go all in with Microsoft. Pretty good decision given Google, they discontinued their IoT service. But it's probably the most discussed topic is this whole portability between cloud versus getting value from cloud, right? We used to have a platform as a service before IaaS kind of a strategy. With Kubernetes getting more and more success, that's also kind of coming up and giving us that kind of cross cloud and also across on-prem and cloud capability. So we're using the likes of Kubernetes and Kafka, and moving towards PostgreSQL, more and more open source adoption. So as part of my software team, we are starting now an open source program as well. That's going to transform all our databases from SQL and Oracle to Postgres. We already have a dedicated team running our Kafka and microservice orchestration, choreography. So we're kind of on that journey. Go ahead. You should see our license bill to Microsoft. If you look at our global estate, right, we stopped counting our servers when we hit like 18,000 because we're operating in so many countries. So building a database as a service on an open source stack, we have the economy of scale to do it. If I was like a small shop or like a Spotify with like a single product, I probably wouldn't do it. But when you have the scale we have, then it actually is a really good business case. So I'm not sure if you've seen a cost for like Confluence Cloud for Kafka, but it's like super expensive. So
would you trust more than open source?
No, I would trust our internal engineering teams to deliver a fully scalable database as a service offering. And then if you look at the multi-cloud scenario, we can have a Kubernetes stack running across all the cloud providers, PostgreSQL, Kafka. So we have like the same look and feel across all the cloud providers. Well, one thing you shouldn't underestimate is what we call the data fabric. This whole thing about having a product kind of, just spanning between multiple clouds is just not going to happen. Because what's going to happen is the data fabric and your data layer is going to have to also kind of shift back and forth. And then you're actually just doubling your cost. So we're still looking at what is the principles that we want to apply for a multi-cloud setup, like co-location by product could be one of them. You don't want a product spanning 3 different clouds. Complexity is going to end up killing you if you sit in a P1 incident 4 o'clock in the morning. And you have like 3 different cloud providers with 3 different, incident processes in play. So we're more looking into a setup now. I know this is an Azure session, so I'm gonna, not talk too much about the other cloud providers, but looking at it from a capability play. So where is it that Amazon is strong? Where is it Microsoft is strong? Where is it Google has a play? And then use those cloud providers where they have their strength and also where they have the most R&D funding. So I think that's all I had. I have one more slide, I think. Let me just see if we can get that on there. Which is a slide we've been using some years back about showing how can we build a foundational cloud setup that the products can build on top. So imagine the containers here being our different products for our different portfolios. And our team in my organization is delivering shared capabilities that all the product teams are piggybacking on. So that's your FinOps, your cloud governance, all those kind of capabilities is delivered as central capabilities. So that's it. I'm not sure what's next on the agenda, but I'll stick around for a while, so feel free to ask ask nasty questions about Maersk. So the chances are, if there's some skeletons in there, I probably put them there. So cool. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Bob.
Yeah.
Thank you, Tom. Next up, Asger and Anna. Indra.
You have the stream yard?
Yeah.
Okay. How does this work?
What? It's a stream. It's okay. Yeah. Sit in the police door.
Yep, that's fine. Screen and then just.
So hold on.
Er de ikke lige her?
Tryk den indenfor til. Altså hold den indenfor til. Alright, you have to speak loud.
And turn it off.
Ej, det er muted, den her.
This is on.
Ja, kan du mute?
Slukke det her.
Jeg har.
Du har også skruet ned for sådan der. Det var det der.
Sådan.
Jeg tror, det var fordi, den kom ud igennem her.
Ja, de var muted. Jeg ved ikke, hvorfor det var ikke muted mere.
Ja, så må vi bare...
Skal jeg bruge den her?
Du skal bruge den.
Hvordan man gør den her?
Jeg tænker noget.
Skal jeg også bruge det andet? Nej, okay.
Man kan ikke se kommentarerne dernede. Du må ikke se kommentar. Slideshow, presenter view. Presenter view. Jeg skal nok lige stoppe og snakke med hende.
Hvordan kan man stoppe? Stop?
Nej, ikke stop sådan her. Det er bare stream out. Prøv at gå på den anden skærm. Og så skal jeg sige. Så skal jeg stop. Yes. Og så start den igen. Nu hvor du har hakket den i den. Yes.
Notes? Det ved jeg ikke. Fordi du vil gerne sige notes, hvad?
Ja.
Jeg har... okay. Yes. Skal jeg starte? Hey, finally, always tech problems for the presentation. Hi, everyone. I am Sheng Lan, but please call me Lan, local area network. I'm a senior software engineer at Maersk, and this is my team lead, Asger. And today we're going to talk about the product our team has been working on. It's called the Gringotts. And then beginning, Asger is going to talk a little bit about background, the history, what it is the Gringotts, why we built it, and the history and what we learned from it. Then I'm going to take over to talk about the current setup of the product and a little bit fun fact about the billing files that I've been working with for the different cloud providers. Then we'll have a little live demo and a Q&A session. Now the floor is yours.
Yes. So let's start with Gringotts. Let's start with the name. So developers are notoriously bad at naming, right? We all can agree on that. And what we did was we realized that someone else in the organization was start copying naming from the Harry Potter universe. And we thought, let's get on that wave. Let's copy paste their strategy. So we found out the bank in Harry Potter was called Gringotts, Wizardry Bank. And I was like, okay, let's call it Gringotts, and then our team is called the Goblins. We all agreed on it, Some didn't think it was a good idea, but let's leave it at that. Well, what is Gringotts? So it's a cost transparency tool, which gives insights to the business in their cloud spend. So as Pao talked about portfolios and whatnot, the different business entities, they can have insights in what are they actually spending their stuff on, because our cloud spend is pretty big, and it's really difficult to use the portal to actually see where you're actually spending your stuff. But it also drives FinOps to do exploration on trends, and to figure out optimizations that we can actually do. Furthermore, it also gives visibility of the process of the strategies that comes out of our leaders, and that we can actually track that progress over time series. So some of the numbers that we actually work on. So Gringotts ingests around 1 million billing entries every single day from 3 different cloud providers. At the moment, we have around 700 million billing entries for the last 2.5 years of billing data that this have ingested. And just to give a little reference is that we have around 1,500 Azure subscriptions, just in Azure. So, yes. So why did we actually build it? So other companies have built these tools that are specialized in this area. Maersk isn't. But why do we want to build that tool is because, well, our roadmap might not align with other companies. As Pao said, well, someone got the bright idea of buying a trucking or a logistics company that has things in China. All of a sudden, we have to get billing data from Alibaba Cloud. And we're like, okay, how do you find a company that provides that service? Together with Azure and OCI and AWS, and then also GCP. And then a couple of weeks ago, I also heard, well, someone also mentioned Transcend Cloud. I didn't know that existed. But building ourselves means that we own the roadmap and we have the resources to build it, as Pao also said, in regards to the number of engineers that we actually have in the organization by now. And it also makes it easier to integrate onto the other tech platforms that we have. For instance, Gringotts run on the Kubernetes platform within Maersk. So we can integrate to that and show the costs actually on running Kubernetes on a namespace level. And also just our cloud management platform. Then you can surface the numbers there, make it easy integratable into the different platforms instead of having to ask a supplier for that. So those are the reasons of why we built it. But we also had some lessons learned in building it. The recommended architecture would be, and we actually tried that, data factory, a bit of analysis services, and Power BI on top. Easy solution, simple diagram. It should work, right? It did. However, we could also see that the cost was increasingly big, and it was a simple diagram, but the code was very complex, and you had to have some knowledge about SQL, and it was difficult to test. Then we also tried the very, very simple case of just dumping 1 day of billing data into a Postgres and see if we could actually run a query. Well, after 9 minutes, it returned the result. If you want a web page or a Power BI presentation, you don't really want to wait 9 minutes. So none of those were really good choices. So we ended up with a pure architecture, which Lance got to about.
Yes. Now I'm going to talk about the current setup of our product. Here is a diagram of a very high level major components of the things that we're using now. Down here, we have a diagram showing the data presentation layer where the user directly interact with. We have a data engine that is called Dremio that works directly with our data in a data lake. And we have a product called Superset that has the UI and the dashboard that shows the data that the user can work with. I'm going to talk a little bit more about these two components a little bit later. And another big part is the data process part. We have jobs that go and take the raw data from our billing data from the cloud providers, and it will then take the business data from other parts of Maersk that we ingest, and then save the process file that makes sense for us in the data lake so we can present to the users. And all our workloads are running in Kubernetes, including the superset and Dremio, and then various databases that, of course, provisioned in Azure. Now let's take a closer look at the data presentation layer. As we said, our data engine is called Dremio. It is an open source product, and it allows us to query the data directly down into the data in the data lake without any more configuration. And then it can also integrate to various different data warehouses, including Azure. And as a developer who does not have almost no experience in SQL or databases, I find it very easy to work with Dremio that has a web UI. I can just write some SQL command and interact with my data. And then it is also it's a SQL command, but it's not a SQL schema. But in the beginning of our project, we don't have to do any migration. We just can change the data model because we haven't settled on the data model, and it's very easy to work with. And then it has a very fast learning curve. You don't have to be a data scientist to work with this tool, and we find it very good. And then the most important thing about data engine is the performance, as I showed. And our users, they are business owners that want to see how much are they paying for what they're paying for. And then for a very good user experience in a web-based interface, our queries better return results within the lifespan of HTTP request. And then compared to, for example, other data engine like Azure Analysis Service, what they do is then they create copies of subset of data and cached into the memory directly. And they use a concept called a tabular module. And then I've seen in other projects what they do, then you typically need a specific tool to create this tabular module tool and then configure it and upload it manually. It is quite a steep learning curve to learn how to operate with analysis service concept. And then you typically need a data engineer to do it, or you hire a consultant company that does it for you. And then because it's cached in the memory, it also becomes quickly very expensive to buy the native tier from Asia, and the cost just explodes. And then in Dremio, they have a similar concept. They copy this subset of data that is ready for query immediately. They call it reflections. But then they save these reflections as files in the blob storage account that is ready for query. And then we and our team members find it very easy to work and configure these reflections just in the UI. You click and you configure and you save it. And then the performance is fast enough for us to see the query result in the web UI. We can show that a little bit later. And then for the visualization part, the superset, it is also a open source project that has a very active community. It has more than 600 contributors on GitHub, and then it has 52,000 stars. It was a project by Airbnb and it became open source later on, and it has a very cool UI, and we like working with it. You will see a little bit of that in the demo later. And that's the data presentation layer, and this is our backend. It's still a high-level overview, and you can see the data process is implemented by the microservices fashion. We have a scheduled job that first go up and updates the business entity information, because business entity information tend to change. Once the update is finished, and then it will then kick off these jobs to ingest the data in parallel by event triggers. And then these jobs will then go take the raw billing data from the cloud providers, combine it with the updated business info, and then save it in the data lake. When all these jobs are finished successfully, then the orchestrator will then refresh the data in Dremio. Then our reflection is updated, and user can query on the refreshed newest data. And that's the architecture. And then a little bit of fun fact about the billing files from different cloud providers that took us by a little bit surprise. One thing in common that is the data come in delay. So typically in the beginning of each month, the cloud providers will update their numbers in the previous month. So basically, any given day in the first week of April, we'll have to go in and reprocess all the billing information in March, for example. And then one of the explanation we got is that if we have reserved instances or other agreement with the cloud providers, and all these discounts that only apply after a whole month is passed in the beginning, first week of the next month. So we just have to deal with that. And another thing is that for Azure and AWS, we have configured to export all the billing information in files and put in a storage account. So each month we'll get a file. Each day we'll get a file from them that contains information from the beginning of the month until today. So at the end of the month, we'll have 30 files where only one of them contains the full month information. The rest 29 is just duplicated data. And for Azure, from 2021 until now, we already have 5 terabytes of data in our storage account. And then for GCP, they have deprecate their file export functionality. Instead, we can only ask for the billing information from their BigQuery. So we don't have this, this issue. And another thing is when Azure and AWS drop their billing files into the storage, we cannot control the path. So they group all their billing files by months. And then there's this path that they both of them surprisingly prefer, with the year, month, the first day of the month, year, month, and the last day of the month. And then they just drop all the files in there. And then in the beginning of the next month in March, then they will keep on putting new files of February into that folder. So I have to find the logic. To find this funny path, to find the correct file to ingest for each day, also at the beginning of the month, remember the previous month as well. So this is something really funny that we find. And a little bit more, different things from different providers. So Azure gave us a file that around more than 60 columns. It's relatively fast for us to find information that is relevant for us to present to the users. However, AWS have more than 2,200 columns. So it takes some reading into their documentation to find the things are relevant for us to show. And in GCP, it's a query. It gave us the data that we asked for, so it's quite straightforward. And for Azure, as we have 15 gigabytes of data, and then they're ordered typically by the date. So but it's not 100% guaranteed, and we find it the hard way because we write our logic to assume that the date changes always increases until one day we find out, oh, the numbers don't add up. What happened? It took us quite some time to debug and find out, oh, this month suddenly the dates are not ordered anymore. They came in random order. So we have to fix it afterwards. And AWS, however, it's ordered by the resource. It first will give us the cost of a storage account from the beginning of the month until now. Then it will skip to the next one. And this is another logic that we have to consider. And for GCP, as we said, it's a query. It's ordered by the query we send it. So we get what we ask. And then for the file format itself in Azure, it gave us option for the CSV only. But then we can choose whether to dump all the data into one file or to split it into smaller files. While in AWS, you can have more choices. There's CSV, there's bucket, there's compressed files, but then they only export these files into smaller chunks. And then they give you a metadata file to tell you, oh, these are by the way, the 3 or 4 different files you have to look at for this day. Yeah. And another thing is that the cost come in 2 different numbers. There's one that's called actual cost. There's another one called amortized cost. Amortized cost is basically the cost applied with a discount, which are more interested for actual users, I guess. And in Azure, they come in 2 different files. So the same file format, one folder for all the actual costs, one folder for all the amortized costs. But in AWS and GCP, there's 2 columns for one line of data. So, we have to just kind of work with it, construct our data model so we can put all 3 different sources together and represent multiple cloud billing view. Yes. I think that's enough of talking. We'll do some demo. to show how it looks. So this is one of the dashboards in Superset product that we created for a product based on the billing information we get from Asia. And then we are showing the cost of our own product called Gringotts from last year to this year because we started last year. And then this is very free. And then this is one of the charts you can create. It's called big number. We can see the daily cost. And then this is the trend of the cost and weekly, and then the total cost from the beginning of time. These numbers are dollars, how much it cost. And here there's some pie chart showing what was the most expensive one. You see the biggest cost is the SQL database, and then there's a storage account, and then these are operations. The vCore comes from the SQL the database, and then this hot write are the expensive operation coming from storage account. And this is the more interesting part, I think, the time trend of cost split by environment. And our product started in July last year. And then in September, we started creating our test, and quickly afterwards, a production environment. And then in March, I think here, you can see our test environment suddenly becomes so much more expensive. And then it costs more than our dev and production environment combined. And then without this graph, we wouldn't realize what was it. I was like, well, what is it? And then if you look down here, we listed the most expensive resources. And you can see there's indication that the pre-production storage account, well, there's some naming convention that the Dremio itself uses, suddenly becomes so expensive. And then if you go back and then really look at the storage account, click, and then it will do this query. And you can see the most expensive operation is to write. And then for the test environment, this blob storage account just becomes so much more expensive. And then we realized probably there was something going on with Dremio in our pre-production environment that was not behaving as it's supposed to be. And then later on, we find more time and the debug and fix the issue later on. You can see afterwards, the cost has gone back to normal. It should not cost as much before. So this shows when you have the visibility of the cost, then you have a trend to reduce the cost and to maybe find also ways to potentially fix their issues if there is. I think that's all that we have to present today. Do we have time for questions? Yeah. Yes?
You said about many files that you're storing for the Azure, that it's automatically storing that, and you have to find the last day of the month.
So it goes like this. We have a custom logic because the names of files are just GUID, unfortunately. There's no logic to say. We just have to find every day the latest file that was dumped into the folder. We'll work with that. This is our logic, yes.
You can use like the size of the file?
We could, but as we said, it's not always, and especially at the beginning of the next month, there are new files dropped into that folder. And then I think the size of the file is not guaranteed the best. So we just you can check the timestamp. When was the file created? That's what we use.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you said not in all cases.
Yeah, but then the timestamp is the latest file is always the one that we use that contains the latest information.
Do you still keep those files, like after you selected the right file, do you still keep them in the storage or do you delete them?
We have plans to delete them.
Good idea.
Yes?
Have you planned to use OpenAI later on? I mean, you have a lot of knowledge here, and we had to learn a kind of bot or machine learning framework about your expenses and monitor your behavior and give you advices.
Yeah, I think there is. Are we allowed to talk about it? There's an initiative, I think, within Maersk to enjoy OpenAI, and instead of creating dashboards and have some necessary to feed with the necessary data, and you ask natural questions, and it will answer you There is an initiative that I know within Maersk are doing that. The only thing we need to do is cooperate with the team and then feed them the right data. And then any user will be able to ask natural questions and it will be able to answer. Yes?
2 questions. First, how would you compare the efficiency and speed of the current solution versus the analysis services, dumping everything in the cache of the analysis services? And how did you optimize the current solution, like partitioning and some other stuff? And the second question is, could you, if you don't mind, telling how you fixed this? the
actual problem. Okay. I think I can.
Like
yes. The first one, the comparison, I have to say I don't know, because there are other projects that use analysis service, but we did not go that way.
Mm-hmm.
Well, so the problem with it is, well, not problem.
I can say one thing.
Optimizing and creating different cubes and dimensions within analysis services is easy for someone who knows how it works.
Yes.
But very difficult for someone who has no knowledge.
Yeah.
Where Dremio they sort of like work in the same way, just a little bit different. Analysis services has it in memory, where Dremio has it in memory, but also on a storage account. And that they have a leaner UI for a non-technical person to actually go in and create that cube or dimension view that he wants.
So there is a very high chance that analysis service query are faster, but because, and as I said, because I've worked in previous project, a standard tier for analysis service, because you have to use the memory, right? And our data is very easily more than 30 gigabytes that should be ready to query. And you have to pay at least more than up to $2,000 to $3,000 per month. And that's an explosion of a cost. And also, as Eska mentioned, you almost need a data engineer full-time to work on it. And also you have single person dependency on that. So we said, okay, Dremio might not be the fastest engine there, but then it suited our use. So this is the choice we made. And the second thing about Dremio is that, well, you can see the cost of Dremio is that a lot of writing is because it has to save these files into the blob storage account. And then in pre-production, we were not using it much. So a lot of the reflection jobs failed. And then it just keep trying to write again and keep failing. Well, we were not keeping enough of a track of it. Then we realized, okay, then we fix it. So you should not run all the time and keep failing. That was the root cause, yes. Any other questions? Yeah.
Is it a strictly reporting tool, or do you have any reactive flows like alarms or monitoring at certain costs? And if you have, how does that fit into the architecture?
For in general, right?
Yeah. So could you in this tool set up a monitor saying, I want a notification or an alarm if this threshold hits?
Yes, it's possible. For our own application, if there are errors and then we set up alerts and we integrate with other platforms within Maersk that has this checking the logs and alerting system, and it will set alerts to us either by SMS or by, we have such alerting system. But if you talk about the cost-wise, I think it is possible. We're just not there yet.
Yeah, Superset provides that capability. We just haven't enabled it yet.
Yeah. I see 2 other, questions. Yes?
Me first? Yeah, okay. The 5 terabytes you're talking about on the CSV files, is that across the total storage across all your cloud data on cost? You talked about 5 terabytes before.
That's the Asia.
Okay, that's just Asia.
That's just Asia.
And that's just, is that, so the interesting part, is that also including all the files that you should delete? Or, okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. We have around compressed Parquet files, we have around 250 gigabytes. So if we were to pull it into analysis services, we needed around 250 gigs of memory.
Yeah. Yeah, I think she's really first.
So you have this tool now, and you have the visibility over the costs of all the resources, all the rights and whatever. What was the first thing you fixed when you found out, like, oh, this thing is a lot of cost? Like, what did the organization benefit from this?
I think Paul just mentioned we have a full employee of 9 persons that runs the FinOps operation itself. And we're just providing a tool for them so they can first view the, visibility, and then they will take the actions. I think they've already been taking actions based on the previous tool that we have, and then they will go to the different platform owners and then discuss with them, sit down, I think depending on the biggest cost and down to them. And then they always actually do a lot of the reserve instances and to get discounts and all that. So we're just providing a tool to help them function better. Yes?
You mentioned the test environment was writing, and that was mostly cost. The most cost was in that.
Yeah.
Did you do something about it?
Yeah, we fixed it afterwards because it was failing, and it should not be. And then the cost now is back to normal now. Yes. I think there's another question. How many? Yeah.
Just follow-up questions. Do you know what you said about superset and monitoring? Could it monitoring cold storage, or is it requires streaming or something like that? Could you set up monitoring based on queries on cold storage?
I think the superset itself does not monitor. It just present the data that we feed to it. And then we get this data, every day. And then you can really query down and then split and show the cost. And then I think number one rule of FinOps, you always start with most expensive item. And then the cold storage might cost and explode at some point in time. But as you can see, our biggest cost is, first of all, Postgres database. And second, the blob storage operated by Dremio, because it needs to refresh this reflection that it saves in the blob storage account. Yeah. Do we have time? Shall we switch to?
No, I think no more time.
Okay.
But if there are more questions, I'm sure we can take them.
Du siger bare til mig, go. Er der ikke alligevel? Er det bedre nu?
Jeg havde ikke noget problem, da mit bærbare ikke muted.
Prøv at mute den lige før. Sådan? Sådan, okay. Jeg havde muted før, inden jeg gik ind og præsenterede. Okay, so this is going to be sort of the same presentation you just heard, just from another perspective. A quick introduction of me. I'm Jesper. I'm the CTO and founder of Simplify. We are a FinOps tool company that tries to build FinOps tooling for not enterprise customers, you could say. Because there are some big differences in how Azure are purchased. So how many of you in here are buying directly from Microsoft? Okay, that's a lot. How many is on the CSP program, buying through a partner or is a partner? Is that the rest? Or yeah, that must be the rest, right? Sort of. So today, the agenda for me is not so much to dive into the technical details. I know that's what a lot of you want to hear about. But all of the stuff that I'm doing is the same as Maersk is doing, basically. We're just doing it at a smaller scale and try to make it more efficient because we don't have a team of 9 we need to support. We are a few people right now. So that's another take on it, at least. So the agenda will be the purchasing model, the complexity, the trust with partners, and tooling as it is right now. Because we see that there are some different things that sort of work in the Maersk size. We have a company of enough people and buy enough from Microsoft directly. And then when you get further down the line, you don't get the same tooling, same support, a lot of stuff. You don't get the enhanced attention you get on a EA when you're buying it from a partner. So this is just to give a quick tease on what we ended up building. Is a Power BI application that sort of makes it easy for people to understand their cloud costs instead of relying on the built-in solutions in Azure. That is sometimes a bit faulty, to say the least. So the first thing we're going to talk about is the purchasing model of what we're buying. So as a lot of you people in here know, there's the EA model when you basically do a prepaid credit card with a lot of money on from Microsoft, and then you just go to town. And then at some point, an account executive will call you and say, well, it looks about we need to renew right now. And then you do that probably because it's too hard to migrate off. And that's the enterprise model. In reality, a lot of smaller companies are running on what's called CSP, where you buy it from a partner, not directly from Microsoft, and essentially you end up buying it from an indirect, it normally is called as well. You end up buying it from a partner that purchased it from a distributor that purchased it from Microsoft. So it's sort of a lot of middlemen that needs to take this into consideration. And that adds a lot of complexity to when you actually buy your stuff, because who is actually interested in saving you money? Everybody in the supply chain gets more money out of you spending more money. So what is the incentive for them to actually lower your cost drastically? It turns out it's not really there. At least not from what we're seeing. A lot of people want to have the partner help them, but in reality, if you were a partner and would need to focus on getting new customers onboarded to drive revenue, or lower your own revenue by helping the existing ones, depending on what kind of company you are, sometimes the focus can be to increase revenue, and that means getting new customers on. And that leads us also into the trust part of it. Do you trust the numbers you get from your vendor? That's essentially it in the end. When you buy on the CSP model, you don't really get to use the tooling that's built into Azure. You get an end of month bill from your partner that says, well, you spent 50 or 100,000 Danish kroner that month on Azure. Maybe you get it specified so you can know what you spend it on, but you don't get the daily insights into what is actually going on. And that's sort of a concern for a lot of companies, that they don't see the actual numbers. It's a little bit easier when you are, like Maersk is on the enterprise program, enterprise agreement, because you get the daily numbers and it's the actuals. It's not something that we make up. The other ones are a little bit made up because the numbers you can get is the pay-as-you-go rates. It's not your discounted rates with a partner. It ends up being all these funny numbers that you need to adjust for all the time. And it's not easy, and at least it's not very fun.
And this leads into the tooling part. So the tooling part is really where it sort of separates what is possible with the current state of tooling in Azure directly, both from an enterprise agreement perspective and the CSP perspective. So we're seeing a lot of customers wanting to have access to their own numbers. Essentially, a lot of you guys have seen this one. That's nice. It's fun-ish. But the main concern is that these numbers, as an end customer on the CSP program, you can only see them if your partner allows you to see them. So it's like, well, I want to see the numbers. Well, we don't want to show you the numbers. You're sort of stuck on that one. And it's not the best approach. I see it's not often we run into customers now that don't have access to it. Pretty much everyone has access to it by now. But then we get to the next step. This one, when you're running on the CSP program, doesn't show you the reservation cost. If you're doing amortized cost on reservations to understand how is our reservation spent every day, it's not showing up here in the portal. It's just showing as a big 0, basically. So you need to do the numbers manually on the side, which also adds to the complexity part. Every time you do reservations, you basically just get a new bill from your partner that says you reserved for 3 years, it costs you X amount of money, and then that's it. But what if you're new to the company, you don't know about the existing deals? You really want to have all the information regarding cloud cost in one place instead of finding it all over the shop, basically calling finance and tell them what was the last bill we did for reservations. That's the first part. The second part of tooling is the Azure Advisor, and this one actually works for people on the CSP program. It actually comes up with ideas on how to save money, but somebody has to do it. And this is also something that can be locked down behind the partner. Basically, they can decide if you are allowed to buy reservations, because if you buy them, they sort of foot the bill. So if you buy reservations for 10 million and you go bankrupt, it sort of sucks for the partner, because then they need to pay the 10 million still. But that's sort of not always the funniest way of doing it. Yeah, that's the advisor part. So the advisor is really useful for everybody involved in Azure. It comes up with some great suggestions, but it doesn't always take into consideration what could we save by turning our things off. I think that's one of the big misconceptions, is that it's always going to recommend mainly either right size or shutdown, but maybe you need it. Maybe it's a dev machine. You need it running 5 or 6 hours per day. Then you need to do the math on that and say, how much can we save by actually utilizing the cloud instead of just have it running 24/7? I don't know, how many of you guys have seen this one? The emissions dashboard? How many of you, that's not much. That's perfectly fine, because it doesn't really work that well. This is not ours, this is from Microsoft directly. But the main idea is here, this is something that works for direct accounts, enterprise agreements. CSPs are stuck without access to this because they are on below other billing accounts, you could say, in the sense that they are a partner. So they need to call their partner to get some emission numbers. And it sort of gets us to the next point, that we need to understand, so what is the current state of affairs? And that is that cost management sort of works for CSP, Azure Advisor works for both, emissions doesn't work, and they also just launched a new sustainability API that works for the enterprise place, but doesn't work for the CSP still. And that's sort of a non-starter for a lot of people. So we ended up building, to sort of mitigate these issues, we ended up building sort of what Maersk has been building. We're just building it on Power BI instead, because we can deliver services to end customers. It's in the setting they already know, and we can probably deliver it cheaper than they can develop it themselves. So different people, different needs, or different companies, different needs. Yeah, let me see if this one works right now. Yeah, so this is what we've been building. I'll just stop. Can I actually click this one? No. Yeah, so we've been building some of the same things that we can update every day for our end customers, which means that this is running in their own Power BI environment. It's running on their daily updated data. We have taken a little bit of a different approach in getting the data out of the system. We don't use the exports, we do it manually, because it makes it so that we're in control of the files, the naming. We don't need to mess around with all the funny ideas Microsoft comes up with sometimes. It makes it a little bit easier for us. But other than that, we're using the same ideas. But it makes it so that this is out of the box. It comes with pre-configured. It's very opinionated in how we think what a company should know about their IT estate, about the daily cost, the cost per weekday. That's always fun to see how much is used on dev and test on the weekends. Cost drill-throughs, resource groups, meter category, stuff like that, weekdays. And we also do CO2 emissions. It's something that we've been working on with the open source. We're using some open source tooling called Cloud Carbon Footprint, so we can do emissions on various parts of Azure. So we can do it on a daily basis, break it down just like we can break down cost, basically, and say this is something that you can use to get an idea of how much are your cloud spend actually emitting. And we're also doing the applications breakdown where we can actually look into applications, understand what the costs are, say, well, let's go for the web one. And we can drill through, we get an overview, we can drill through the application, understand, well, what's the spend on environment, application cost drivers, and things like that. Yeah?
The emission, does it vary much depending on where the data center is located?
Yeah. Yeah, it does. It's, it varies a lot.
Under the account?
Sorry?
Do you account for that?
Yeah. So we're using the open source dataset from Cloud Carbon Footprint, and it adjusts for the normal emission rates for different countries and different regions, because you need to take that into consideration. And the last one, yeah, just a sec. Yeah, oh, you got a question with this? Just come.
No, so does it require specific tagging?
Not this one. We just basically walk through all the data that we've got in Azure. We pull it out, we compress it, we massage it a bit.
Combine it to different web apps and stuff like that. You can tag.
Okay, that's on the tagging part. Yeah, sure. So there's nothing cost specific about it as a CO2 specific tagging needed. So it's only for the splitting of the applications. We need tagging on that. And that's run entirely on our web backend. So we got our ETL workload job as well that runs and processes all the data every day. We need to split it up in some way, and tagging is normally what people would do. We also allow for people to do their own tagging on subscriptions and resource groups, so we can actually force them down on all the data as well. So if you got new data, we can also back tag, we call it, doing different things on that. The last thing is the licensing. This is a bit small, yeah, but let's do it anyway. But the main idea is, I don't know how many of you think licensing is fun in the normal sense. I don't think anybody does that. But the main idea is there are some math behind doing the licensing right in Azure. There are some things about rounding up to nearest sizes. There are some things about what if you change the SKU during the day, what happens then on the data set, because it comes in double, things like that. So we built a model that can actually show you the daily maximum core count per VM and actually maximum license count per VM. So you have an overview every day of how many hybrid benefit licenses you would need to be compliant on a given day. We have been discussing this number with some people, and some people would like not to see it because then they need to act on it. But some people want to see it because it's easy to be compliant. And to be fair, we're building this solution both for end users and for partners. So the partners that we have right now can also access our data sets with a SQL interface. So they can actually query the data themselves, understand what they want, and explore it and expose it to their end customers. Because we think it's their data instead of ours. We really want to be able to serve it to the people that need it, and not so much just for our own sake. So everything is running on open with APIs they can connect to. They can query the data through our backend, and expose the data they want to their end customers as well, if they don't want to expose the dashboard directly. Some of the partners that we're talking to want to build it into their own systems as well, because it makes it simpler for them. We also got alerting set up on the backend, so we do anomaly detection on application level. We think it's really important to look at applications and not just resource groups or resources in the end. So we have some things built for that as well, to inform the people that need information on that. Yeah. Let's see if this one works. So yeah, that was the short introduction of what we're doing, why we're doing it, and we're really focusing hard on the CSP motions instead of the enterprise, because we found out by trying to talk to enterprises that they're building a lot of own tooling. And it sort of makes sense to build their own if you're big enough, if you need to integrate with multiple clouds. But we don't see that as much in the CSP space. If you're spending 20 to 50,000 per month, you don't spend so much time on Tencent Cloud or Eli Cloud or whatever. It's really focused on Azure on this one. So Any questions for this? Or did we cover everything else in the other one? Yeah.
Do you have more data than what the Azure provides for the cost management?
So what we can do, we can actually look a little bit deeper into the data sets. So it's not all the data that's in the billing data that's actually surfaced in the cost management. So we have the opportunity to actually look a little bit deeper. We're working with some customers on doing unit economics as well. So we actually split it out per different parameters that's sort of in the data set, but not in the UI. So we can split it down on not on tags, but on different settings and how it's connected, you could say. So we do a little bit of both. That's more on the custom side of things, but this is sort of the base foundation that we want to have out for cheap for customers that they can just use, basically. Yeah. Yeah.
What about cost savings? What do you do in terms of optimizing costs?
So what we do is that we do the math on how much you can save. We can use the same things as the Azure Advisor can do, but then we also do we run some models on what would it mean to turn off non-production stuff outside of working hours. What we see a lot is that VMs that need to be turned off, for instance, there's a classic one, they don't get turned off. It's just running 24/7. So we actually do the math on that and can calculate a potential saving on it, saying what would the cost be if it was only running for the workday, for instance, from a dev machine perspective. It ends up being cost saving around 80% compared to the 60% you can get on reservations. So it's way better, and that's it. It's the worst case if you use it every day. So we're using these different scenarios, and we are integrating it at the application level as well. So you can actually look at the different applications, say what could the potential cost saving be. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah.
And as a follow-up question, have you managed to solve the problem with the reserved instances?
Yeah. I forgot to mention that one. So that's some of the things that we do that's a little bit specific to us. We actually integrate with some other APIs, so we can actually surface what the actual cost is for the reservation part of it. Let me just give a second. I can show you here. So we have actually managed to integrate it so that we can calculate the amortized cost for reservations, even though it's not surfaced. So we're doing the math on that one as well for the CSP partners that's not able to see it, and we're also able to adjust for the different discount rates people are having with the partners. So we basically do it so it matches so closely to the bill as possible with the partner. Yeah. And I would say the reservation part is really the annoying thing, and we spend a lot of time on that one because it's not as simple as it should be, but we got it working in the end. Yeah. Anything else? Any other questions? Yeah.
If you want to try it out, is that possible? To see, like, if you're on a CSP and you want to use this tool or to see what the tool can do for you?
Yeah, of course. If you're on a CSP, you just contact me and we'll try it out with you guys for free. We're trying to get people on it, and we're trying to set it at a very low rate because we think it's a tool that everybody should need. So we're pricing the base version at $100 per month for some of these customers, which what we're seeing is not that much for the base version compared to other tooling that we see out there. Yeah. So I'll be hanging around here if anybody's interested. Let's talk about it. If you want to try it out, we can work on that. All it needs is a connection to our backend, which is a service principal that needs billing reader access. That's it. We need to get the data into the system. Yeah?
How much customer requests do you have about the emissions part?
There's a lot of people interested in it. I think the big worry right now is a lot of people doesn't necessarily understand the scoping. So a quick introduction to emission scopes. There's scope 1, 2, and 3. 1 and 2 people need to report on, like Maersk need to report on how much fuel are we wasting, basically, or shipping things around. Life is good. That's 1 and 2. If it's something you own and operate, that's on you. Then there's scope 3, which we call the leasing scope. So if you lease it, you're sort of off the hook. It's not your problem. So that's why Azure is saying it's green and neutral. So it sort of gets you off the hook on the fact that it's not your problem, but it's sometimes really nice to see what you're actually emitting. The numbers we're seeing is not for reporting users because we cannot get the completely exact numbers. It's impossible without Azure actually providing it themselves. But then we're back again to the CSP motion. We cannot get the numbers. It's not possible. We need to talk to the distributor that needs to find their full numbers, that they then need to sort of break down to partners, that then need to break it down to a customer. and we tried it, and it's likely never going to happen. Yeah. So we're seeing a lot of feedback actually on that because people want those numbers. People want to understand it. People want to adjust for it. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes. So in regards to Azure, that you were pulling the export files out manually, right?
Yeah.
I encountered that they actually have a REST API at one point. We tried it and it was a little bit weird.
Yeah, you say weird, I say bad, but that's another discussion on it. So I'm guessing you probably use the old usage details API. They have a new one that can export files where you just basically order and export, and that's what we use right now to get the files out because it means that we're in control and can handle all that part of it. Because we tried the other one as well as you guys did, and you end up with a lot of files you need to process and remove, and we're sort of out of that. Yeah. Anything else? Nope. Then that was it for me.
Right, I think we are ready to get started with the next session.
Yes.
Everyone ready and filled up?
Yeah.
All right, so let's kick it off with the next one. So welcome to Christoph, who will try to keep things boring, I guess.
Yes, yes.
So take it away.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you for having me here. It's my first time giving a talk to a public audience, so I'm a bit nervous. Bear with me. I hope it's all right. And in this talk, I want to share our story, how we built our app on Azure. And we did it with a small team, limited resources. And I want to give this talk because when we started with Azure, everything we saw was always huge companies using Azure, using Kubernetes and multi-cloud and hyperscaling and really wild stuff. But we always thought, okay, we need something that fits our size. And I hope that I can give some of you some ideas how a small company did it. And that you can take the ideas maybe to your team or to another company or something like that. Because I think we can learn something from it. And it's also, like the other talk, it's not a deep technical talk, but it's just an overview and presenting our ideas, how we done it. Yeah, my name is Christoph, and on the job title is IT architect, but when you're in a small company, I mean, you do everything. It's just to put something on your business card or something like that. So in our tech team, like we do everything. When you design a solution, you architect, you code, you test, you support. I mean, all the way. It's a bit different than in a big company, I would imagine. So when we started with cloud computing, we looked at this promise. Like I think many of you also looked at it. And when you read this, the cloud computing model is helping organizations to scale new digital solutions with greater speed and agility and to create value more quickly. And for us as a small company with not much time, not much money, I mean, creating value quickly, yes, that's the way to go. I mean, that was really great for us because we hadn't much time and we just wanted to start building. But when you start investigating how you could build stuff, then suddenly you see something like this. I want to see some samples. How do I do this? How do I do that? Yeah, we have 2.2K repositories to look at. And that's pretty heavy, I think. Or you go and you want to see some tutorials. Yeah, you can do stuff in 1,000 different ways. It's easy to get overwhelmed with all this information around cloud computing. Or you think about, yeah, which service do I want to use? Yeah, I mean, there are hundreds of services, I guess. So it's really difficult to find out what is the right thing for me. What's the best way to build it? So the thing with creating value more quickly, it gets difficult in the beginning. So let's see how we went through this and how we achieved the benefits of the cloud and made it work for us. I want to just very briefly present something about the company. And the company Spitzer Co. was founded in 2011, and it was a consultancy company, which are specializing in knowledge management for different organizations here in Scandinavia. We had a small tool for knowledge management, some software, but we didn't really focus that much on it, and we didn't have a strategy for it going forward. I mean, it was a tool, people could have it, it worked, but we didn't really know how to move on. And then COVID hit, and there was no consultancy business anymore. So then you need to act quick if you want to pay the bills for the next month. So we knew that we had a good product, but we also knew that we need to transform it going forward. So we went on to be a 100% software company and created this knowledge management platform called Responser. And to understand how we use the services from Azure, it is important to understand which problem do we solve. So we help organizations to collect, structure, and distribute knowledge in a fast, secure, and reliable way. So for organizations, it's very important to collect all the knowledge that is in an organization, and we help them to structure and distribute it so that companies, they can give the best service to their customers, but also to their internal stakeholders. And that is what our app does. And I mean, it is really, really simple. It actually does just one thing. You collect your data, write articles of different kind, and then you can browse or search through your data. With an API, you can embed it in different other websites or e-commerce systems, or you can just have an internal app running. So when we started 3 years ago, we know we had the challenges. As I told you before, there were all the services, how do we get started, different suggestions, but yeah, not a real plan. We were just 3 guys, 3 in tech and some other consultants, and we had some project with Azure. We made some small stuff, but not really big production. And also, yeah, it's self-funded, limited funding, and of course, then you have limited time in a way because you need to keep running to get the revenue and to pay the bills. So, the image should represent that in a way. We need to change everything while we are driving, and the customers, they should not feel that we are changing stuff behind the scenes. So then I will present some of the boring services we use. And when I do this, I want you to keep in mind the problem that we are solving. It is very important to understand how we have done. And I know it's a bit too much text there, but it was the best way for me to structure it. So our backbone of our system, in a way, it's Cosmos DB, because it's easy to implement workloads, and it's very reliable with this geo-replication, because we need to keep the state of our system in a kind of a log, and we use Cosmos to store that, and then we utilize something called the change feed. I mean, people do not talk that much about it, but I think it's really a great feature. That is when you update a row or some data, you get notified that something has changed, and then you can react on that. And that's the logic of our system in a way. Challenging is that you need to switch your mindset a bit from SQL to this NoSQL. And in the beginning, we had problems with estimating cost, because I think they call it provisioning models. They are different in this Cosmos. They have some different kind how you can build it, and now there's added some serverless. So it's difficult to find out, again, like the other stuff, what works for me. But now, when we came through the difficulties in the beginning, we have implemented this kind of event-driven system with actually just a few lines of code. And we can do this with another thing we're using, and this is Azure Functions. Functions work really great for us when we need to collect data and structure data. because it is serverless. There's no infrastructure, and yeah, we are so small. Personally, I like to code, but in production I have as less code as possible because then I don't need to maintain it. And using Azure Functions, they have something called bindings, where you can bind to different other services, and that works really great. It makes it easy to build stuff really quick. And also thinking about a workload, we have a pretty stable workload. So there's a lot of traffic during business hours, and yeah, during the night there's almost nothing. So we do not want to pay for that. So this is where this serverless really makes sense for us. We had some issues when they are updating these function runtimes. We had some issues when we should upgrade our code to that, but it's not that bad. But that gave us some challenges. And then putting these events together, we use something called Event Grid, and also it's not that well known. I'm not quite sure. I do not hear so much about it, and I don't know if we are misusing it a bit. But for us, I mean, it works really great because it was so easy to set up. With just a few clicks, you can handle the events in a reliable way that have been raised, and you can easily connect different subscribers to it. It's just really just point and click in a way. So again, if you are very small, you don't want to investigate or use 1 month, like how does some event streaming work and this and that. I mean, you need to do things pretty fast, and this worked really well for us. Of course, but that's a general thing. I think it's can be more difficult to debug, but in the end, we migrated our model like in a really short period of time, and that was that's why it's a perfect fit for our use case. And the next thing we are using, that's something called API management, because when we transformed our app, put it on Azure, we knew that we need to be flexible. We need to have one entry into our system, and that is through an API, and we need to keep it flexible. Like our app, it's not like Office. We're not the center of the world. I mean, we are a planet far away in these IT environments. So we need to be flexible so that we can extend our system, and all the functionality is defined through our API. So we built this API using API management, and it was again because it is so easy to get started. There are so many built-in features. We don't have the time to build everything ourselves. You have the throttling, you have subscription management, you can use revisions, versions, all that kind is built in, and that worked really great for us. And again, in a short period of time, we onboarded customers to it, and it worked really well. The UI interface of this API management is a different story. I think it's a bit difficult to work with, but can also be that it's our inexperience with it. If you're a super user, I mean, you're probably doing things better than we did. So we had some errors and deleted some stuff, and did some stupid things. And if we want to distribute our knowledge, we have some services in a way that needs to be always on. And we use, and I think that's really old. I mean, that's something of the oldest part of Azure, I think. App services, are people still using it? I don't know. We are. And we're using it because it is so easy. I mean, for us, I don't like to configure 1,000 of things and do this and that. So it is so great that it's easy to deploy, easy to manage, and you understand what is going on. I mean, you don't have some dark terminal somewhere where you need to log in and find out what is going on. And it is so easy to get started. That is really great. You need to be careful when sizing these instances. We had some issues with that. You need to find the right fit for your workload. And the problem is that you and I think we're still doing it. We haven't improved on it, but we are looking into it, that you oversize and where you pay too much money for your app service. But on the other hand, when it is so easy to handle, I mean, that has also a value, and I think that is important. And for 3 years, we are running it without any issues. That's quite good for us, for our customer especially. And when we had some small issues, I mean, that was our fault and not the app service. Finally, blob storage, and I think that's what all people are using is, I guess. And for us, again, it was perfect because it was low cost. To have this lifetime policy, it is extremely easy to set it up after a bit of training and you know what you're doing. But again, I think it's a great tool. I think it had a bit of steeper learning curve about you can set so many different options. That is something a bit difficult to see. What should I use? But once it's set up, it just runs. And I can imagine that for other companies, large companies, I mean, they have other issues. But if you're running at our size, I mean, this stuff just works. And that is really, really great. It makes your day-to-day job easy. Or easier, I guess. So, and that is in a bit a high-level overview of our architecture with the different components where we write through our event store and we read back through our app services. And we choose these services, as I said, because they are so easy, they're easy to set up, they're easy to manage, and that is really important. If you are 3 persons where one is developing, other one is handling support, and another one needs to negotiate a contract with the customer or something like that. And it's great that you have a very simple environment. So that is the most important thing for us. And after working with the stuff for a while, we thought about, did we succeed with it? And for now, yes. Otherwise, I would not be here, I think. So we kept the cost down. We can still be, as I said, with the app service, we can be better. I think there's a lot of money to save, especially after those things I've learned this morning. So already great to be here to learn stuff. And we're running 100% in the cloud, reliable. That's important for our customers. And we've built a platform that can react flexible to change, which is pretty important. If you're small customers, sometimes they get crazy ideas. And even if we would like to say no sometimes, I mean, you need the money, and sometimes you need to say yes. And I think that's, many people have the problem. And then you need to do stuff. And with the architecture we developed, we can handle this, and we are without disrupting our whole system, and that is pretty important for us. And during the process, we kept the old customers running, we onboarded new ones, and we are still running in the same team size, where everyone does everything. So. And just to give you an idea that it's not just talk, I gave some of our customers, and some of them are pretty big in Denmark and Scandinavia, and many of them have been with us for a long time, and we are pretty proud of that. And I think that shows that building it that way, it really works. I mean, your business can have success with these very simple tools and simple services you are using. So what did we learn with it? And for me, that's the most important thing, and in a way that's why I'm giving this presentation. I think it's really important to understand that everyone can build something awesome with these basic services. sometimes when you start looking into it, you think, it's so difficult, there's so many things, I need to use Kubernetes and all white stuff, I'm not Maersk or something like that. I will never manage to do it. But I think, and for me it's important that everyone knows, I mean, if you have a great idea, you can build something simple and something great. So think about your own, as I showed our business purpose, what are we actually doing? It's really important to have that in mind all the time. So start as simple as possible, and don't focus on all the hype that is around the cloud sometimes. And we got dragged this way sometimes because we got insecure and are we doing it the right way? And app service, old, and is anyone using it? But you need to keep your business in mind and your use cases. And I think many companies, they are not, in Denmark maybe Lego or Danfoss, or we are not Facebook or Twitter with millions of users and all kind of crazy use cases. Most of the times, I mean, there are small businesses building some pretty simple app which solves a specific business problem. So building what the business needs, I think is really the most important thing, and it sounds really kind of business school and really obvious, but I mean, we in our company, we made the mistake sometimes that we didn't focus on that, and that we built something, maybe because I want to learn something new, or this sounds interesting, but it did not serve the purpose of our company. And then it just gets expensive and you use time, and that's not a great thing. So as I said, even if it's really obvious, try to keep that in mind. That helped us really, really well, and I think we've been better in it now. We're still struggling sometimes with going on crazy path somewhere, but I mean, it's really important. It's beforehand I didn't think about it like on a daily basis, but now I'm getting more conscious about it, and I think it's really, really important. What I wish I knew when I started, this focus on strict cost control. I mean, we are doing this, you talked about earlier. We are getting better, but who made this database? And why is this virtual machine running? And I mean, what's going on? And then we don't have a perfect structure on a resource group, and especially for a small business, I mean, a few thousand kroner a month. I mean, it does not sound much, but take it over a year or something like that, it makes a difference. I mean, you normally don't go outside and throw 100 kroner out of your car window or something like that, right? So that is, and we didn't take it. Can I admit it? We didn't take it seriously. So, but I think many people are doing this mistake. And then I would have started. As we said, we are not like deep technical wizards or something like that. I would like to have started with maybe getting more training, like these certifications, because and I know it's a bit controversial. Some people hate it, some people love it. It's always sold like, if you want to advance your career, you need to take this and that certification or whatever. But I think it helped me like to understand some of the core principles, and qualified me more to know which services I should use to handle specific workloads. So had I done it a bit before, maybe I would not have been that confused, like the first slides I show with all these different informations. That is really difficult to navigate through. And of course, it's important to talk to others. We didn't do that much either. Our tech department, our 3 guys, we are sitting in Silkeborg in a room there, so we are pretty isolated. So I think it's great to talk to others, to share some ideas. It was great already today to hear some of the stuff. I learned a lot. And yeah, so the key takeaway, I hope that people get motivated, that they really can build stuff. You can use old school, boring technologies, but you can make it work like we did with our app, and you can build a great product. So with that, I want to say thank you. Yeah, I
certification part.
Yeah.
So Azure or Microsoft, they are doing those challenges twice a year.
Yeah.
And there's one right now, and one of the challenges is for the Cosmos database. So if you do the challenge, you get like 3 of them.
Yeah. I always find it. It's great. We started with these. I mean, we started with this really fundamental stuff. They have some fundamental certifications, and then we took this AC 204 to get like the overview. But sorry.
I think it's the administrator one.
Yeah, I can't remember. Yeah, I think it's this one we took as developer associate. I think it's called. Is that right? Something like that. And yeah, that really helped. But I mean, again, for a small company, if you take a certification, you take time away from the office. So what do you do? Right? That's a bit difficult. Yeah, I don't know which order. I think.
Okay. Speaking of not focusing on the latest hype, are your customers starting to ask about AI and integrating that into the product?
Yeah, they are a bit, and we are experimenting with it a bit. But we have some kind of proof of concept where we have some of our structured knowledge, we give it to the engine, and we get a response. But at our customer side, we cannot see the specific use case for now because they are sitting on phones sometimes, and you don't have this conversation with a bot. I mean, you quickly look things up in your system. How do I do this and that? And need some precise answer very fast. So we need to see where the use case fits. But we are looking into that.
Thank you so much. Super inspiring. Just going back to your architecture, were you doing event sourcing with Cosmos DB and data capture sort of?
Yeah, right. What we're doing, and I don't know the correct technical terms for that, but what we are doing is that we have this event log. I mean, all our state is in kind of a log table, what happens. And when something happens, when we insert a new line, we raise an event. We send that to the event grid, and we have different ways. I mean, different events need to be handled in a different way, and different people need to be notified. And that's where we're using this event grid, because you can say, okay, I need the backend service for this, and that could be a function, a logic app. We can send a mail or something like that. And that was for us the easiest way to integrate from our event log to all the subscribers. That's why we used it.
Yeah, just the reason I asked is a lot of development teams always shy away from this kind of pattern because they think, oh, it's too complex, but then you're sort of saying that this is the simple way to do it, which is really good.
Yeah, for us, it was, I mean, we started it because of 2 reasons. One was that we needed to integrate our service. I mean, it's not microservice what we're having, it's like maxi service maybe. It's really, we have a few modules, and we need to do this because we need this flexibility. And so it was good for us to integrate it that way. You know, that we always had one way how events are flowing, and this event would work well. And the other reason was we need this log table for regulatory reasons. I mean, customers, especially in the public sector, they need to know exactly what happened and who did it, and you need to be rollback and all the stuff. And that was the most effective way for us.
And you retain everything in Cosmos?
Yes, we retained it in Cosmos in 2 different regions. Yeah. Yes.
You mentioned you use API management.
Yes, yeah.
In my experience, that's not a very cost-conscious choice. Can you talk more about why? And maybe there's cheaper stuff, but for us, the choice was because of we could get started that easy. That was the main choice. I mean, on our side, we always, I mean,
should we? That's also what the first what Paul I think saw. We are in bed with Microsoft, and we are in bed with Microsoft too because I mean we can choose build the product and use the technology for now, thinking about our current site and state of the company, or don't use it and don't do it. And that was the way with API management in a way. It was for us the easiest way to get started and to get the product rolling. And if anyone has suggestions on how to do it better or cheaper, I really would like to hear it. So, yeah. Oh, no, sorry.
How do you deal with multi-tenancy?
Our services are multi-tenant based, but we do that. We know which user comes in with this subscription key, so we can build it on that.
So you separate by subscription.
Yeah. So I think that's it.
Cool.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Cool. Welcome back for the break. Sorry for being a bit harsh to the people bringing them back in again. So Christopher stole my my title. Keep it boring. I'm going to be talking about policy-based governance for financial sector. Yeah, there'll be something for everybody though, even if you're not dealing with finance customers. I think because we've come up with something that I think is quite useful, quite applicable to everybody. So we're going to be talking quite a bit about landing zones, and I will say FSI quite a lot, so financial sector customers. But yeah, hopefully all of the concepts, everything we're going to see should be applicable to anybody who has to deal with any kind of regulations, right? So that could be medicine, telco, you name it, right? So I am Cloud Solution Architect at Microsoft. I've been there for 5.5 years. You can got Dansk. Been in Microsoft for 15 years as of about last week, I think, was my 15-year anniversary. Tried to mention it to my wife. She was not very impressed. Do we get chocolates? No, I get a 30-centimeter statue that you can never get rid of. I spent the last 5.5 years at CSA, so I think 2 or 3 of them were here at Maersk, getting called by PAL in the middle of the night to come and fix something crazy, and the rest of the time with the finance customers. Before that, I was a field engineer going around fixing Windows servers for customers like yourselves. I think I've been to just about every bigger customer there is in Denmark. Yeah, so when we started working for Maersk all those years back, there were lots of how do other people do it questions. Just tell us what we should be doing when we're setting up our Azure. We've got all these subscriptions. What's the governance that we should have behind that? We were having those conversations with lots of customers, none of them in finance, all of them to do with manufacturing and IoT workloads and these sorts of things. Finance sector is always, a decade behind the rest of Earth. And so they wanted like prescriptive governance, right? And that's really where landing zones came in, was we learned about what they were doing and then wrote it all down and then put it into a GitHub and then released it out so that everybody could sort of follow these best practices for how we could establish our use of Azure and govern it when we start doing things at scale. So what we're going to talk about today is I'm going to quickly mention something called Cloud for Industry, right? You've probably not heard about it. It didn't make a whole lot of waves, but it's sort of the basis for what we're going to be talking about, so I have to include it. A little bit about how landing zones work in general. Yeah. A tool that you've probably also not heard about that's inside the deep, dark depths of Defender for Cloud called regulatory compliance. Underneath there, we have a security baseline. That's going to be quite important to us as we start introducing the specific bit around FSI for landing zones. I'll show it to you real quick, just so you can see for yourselves where the stuff is, because you'll probably go off and grab it afterwards. And then a little bit about staying up to date. So we've got some, there'll be some, it's basically just for the slides, for the links that you can take away afterwards if you need to keep up to date, right? Where do we house all of these things and some other little practicalities. So we have a bunch of different clouds, and they each do their own separate things. Sometimes they sort of interact with each other a little bit, but they're very different product groups and silos and these sorts of things. If you were to be smart about it and build something clever, you could have something that works and takes the best of each of these sorts of things and puts them all together. So if you think like a customer contact center, we don't have a product for customer contact centers. We have Dynamics for customer management. We have Teams for making the calls. We have all these sort of bits and pieces around it, right? So that's what Clouds for Industry is taking all these bits and making a solution over the top of all of them, and then selling that packaging over the top of it, all right? There's some bits that are for free. So we have Clouds for Industry for different kinds of industries. And you can see that some of them are quite specific, right? So we make a call out between insurance versus banking or capital markets and these sorts of things, right? The finance tie-ins again. But we have sort of templates that you can go and grab today that can go and set up all of these environments for you, and then put a layer over the top of it, right? Like have a data verse over the top of it.
So if we were to do the one for finance, there's a little GUI that you can get to that will walk you through all these sort of bits, but you can see that there's stuff around, customer engagement management, right? So being able to reach out to new customers, or give me a GUI that can show me what we think this person's wealth is and how can we get them to go and invest more in new products that we might be offering, right? So build a Dynamics product over the top of that, where the data is probably sitting in Synapse and yada, yada, yada. Yeah, make the call for the customer, put it into my calendar already. All of that is like one big bundled solution. So we've got a bunch of different ones in here. And then we get to the bottom and it says, look, the industry data model, right? So the data that I maintain about a banking customer is going to be different than I would if I was a telco company, because it's more about, wealth management versus incidents maybe, or how they contact each other and things if I'm doing these sorts of different industries. So we have data models that go and represent all of those, taken out of sort of standards for each of these industries. You can build on top of it with partner extensions. So these might be things that you can go and add to your cloud, or they might be sort of a workshop service to go and figure out how to use it, how to go and plug it into a different service, maybe something that somebody else is offering, like some of the services we've seen today. So where do we get to it? We go to Solution Center and next. Now, if you go and click on that drop-down box, that filter by, there's one of these boxes there that says adoption and modernization support. And there's one for FSI landing zones for Azure Cloud. Now, why have we put this one here? If we're going to tell our customers, specifically bank customers that are 10 years behind everybody else, it's time for you to start using Azure, they're going to say to us, yeah, but how? Right? I've got all these compliance requirements. You want me to go and click a box and just start running workloads in Azure without any sort of smarts about it at all? What can you give me, Mr. Microsoft, to make it so that when I deploy my services, they're sort of ready to go, compliant by default, right? So we've been working with a lot of those bigger banks now that are saying exactly that conversation to us, right? Yes, you can come with a bunch of GitHub blah, blah about how you could go and deploy this stuff. But in the end of the day, it's going to give me maybe an alert mode. It'll tell me when I've not complied with things. That's already too late if I'm a bank, right? I can't have an alert telling me you put a database outside Europe. I've got European laws that I have to go and comply with. I've already caused the violation. I could lose my banking license. I need you to be even more prescriptive than just saying you should. Tell me that I must, all right? So the guys that have been building our landing zones stuff, I think I've got that coming up. Yes. They went off and they made this set of landing zones about 3 years ago. I think it was called Enterprise Scale. Is any of this making sense, what I'm talking about, enterprise scale, this stuff? Good. Lots of hands. This is awesome. We're going to make it much more prescriptive for customers in general, right? So that team sort of completed that work, if you like, right? They're adding small deltas to it, but by and large, they said that's done and dusted, and huge amount of hands, right? Went up, so everybody sort of understands that this is a good thing when we're talking things at scale. Yes. Try and keep, the idea was to try and keep it so that it doesn't matter what you're running in cloud, whether it is a PaaS workload or an IaaS workload, it's the same set of requirements that we have. Whether you run it in one region or a different region, it doesn't matter. Don't be specific to the kind of workload that's in there. Make it so that it can scale out so that we have a blob of workload here and another one over here. We can get our nice zero trust and not peer our VNets and have a connectivity platform and all these sorts of things. I think we've got a picture of that there too. Everybody else have this tattooed somewhere about here? So I show this one a lot to customers, right? So we have a blob there for identity. Keep your domain controllers or your certificate revocation services or all these. Keep that very separate. Something around connectivity, right? Being able to connect out to the internet and down to on-premises. You have something around management. So what sort of shared services do I need to provide this infrastructure? And then I go and carve out individual workloads in these things called landing zones where I put out as much stuff into it as I think I'm going to need to support any kind of workload, right? I'll give you a VNet and I'll turn on the logging for that, right? So that I keep the flows logged somewhere else so that my network security people can be happy about it. I will go and connect you up to the connectivity network only if you're talking on premises. And if you are, I'll go and isolate it so you can't create public IP addresses and these sorts of things, right? So we can be quite prescriptive. And then we've got a landing zone for throwing things away, a sandbox area. All of that's pre-prescribed and all the rights are already defined. So that's what a landing zone is. And what FSI wanted to go and do was focus on this bit here and say, we want to make it compliant and secure by default so that you cannot run something where I haven't already prescribed a bunch of requirements for it, like TLS 1.2 must be enabled, right? We're going to make it so that you cannot enable a service if it's got 1.1 enabled. Customer managed keys for a database. You must enable that one. Your database deployment will fail if you don't set that setting. It's going to annoy the hell out of the developers, but it's going to keep the compliance department happy. And they're the ones that decide whether a finance company is allowed to use the cloud or not. It's always the compliance people that say no. So we're going to make life hell for developers and take away a bunch of agility to make people happy. All right? This isn't recorded and going on YouTube, is it? Okay, so how are we going to do this? Where are we going to start from? So this idea of the cloud security benchmark. So you probably can't see this picture too well. Let me jump out of it and show you what it looks like in real life. Where's my mouse gone? It is gone. Cool. That one is gone too. This is going to be scary. Oh, there we go. Came back again. Cool. Oh, we'll talk about that one after. It's kind of fun. My phone's been ringing and ringing and ringing. Oh, there's something wrong with this mouse. Let me see if I can. Is it this thing maybe that's causing my problems? No. Oh, there we go. That was it. Still not that one. All right. Ah, oh, come on. What's going on? All right, cool. That's great. Okay, so Defender for Cloud, and then down to regulatory compliance. And inside here, we can go and define the standards that we might need to go and observe, right? So if I have if I'm doing payment card transactions, right? So credit cards and things like that, I've got a set of requirements that I must observe. And it'll say things like, you must verify physical access to the data center, and you must back up your service to another location. Okay, that one I could probably go and define as code inside Azure. The first one, I need to prove that it happens. So we, inside these policies, Microsoft will go and say, for this requirement, physical access to the data center, Microsoft covers it, and you will always pass your audit inside this tool, right? So it's like a tool you can give to your auditors and say, this is how compliant we are. Now, we've got a bunch of them. There's tons in there, and in my environment, I've set up ISO 27000, PCI, another one I've never even heard of, but we've also got this first one called the Microsoft Cloud Security Benchmark, and this is kind of our first-class citizen in here. If you're doing CIS, we have version 1.4, not 1.5, and then we laid off 10,000 people. So will we get 1.5? Probably not, but this one is the one that we're going to keep up to date. Okay, so this is the one you want to focus on. Yeah. It does in there, yeah. So what we do is when we have a request from, say, Singapore, my team in Singapore will go and work with those guys to find out what requirements do you actually have. And they'll go and give them a spreadsheet and say, these are the words that we, physical access to the data center and backups off-site and whatever else. Here are the requirements that we must have to meet this one. They will go and build a requirement just like these ones, and they'll call it the Singapore blah, 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 or GDPR blah, 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 or New Zealand, Australia, health industry. So we've got a ton of them, but they require manual intervention from us to go and build them up.
We have a small compliance team at the company I work at, and they mentioned this
NIST, yeah.
Coming out in Denmark, and then like.
Yeah. Yes. to keep yourself, you can go and enable the NIST standards as well. There's one there for NIST. I would say start with this one here. But all of them do one thing. They audit. They tell you when you broke the rule. They do not fix anything. All right?
So what broke the rule? You have one that breaks the rule.
This is an empty subscription. I have no idea what's going on here. I might have something left behind. All right, so, but all of these named categories are going to be standard and built upon, and yeah, audit only. So if this one was one storage account I have in there, I I don't have virtual network rules assigned to that one storage account. So we took, as a start point, right, for this, we want to be compliant by default. We don't want to have just audit. This will go and raise audits. You'll see it inside your logs. You broke all these things here. I've got this red line, but it won't fix it. That one could probably have been fixed if I deployed it right from the start, right? So wouldn't it be great if we go and build a service that can go and make it a little bit more stringent? The way that this policy stuff works is it goes and deploys out as Azure policies. So we've got our Azure policies with a bunch of policy definitions. Now, let me see, I'm jumping around a bit here. I'm supposed to tell a nice, clean story. Let me tell you what, I'll go back to policies in just a second, if my mouse will allow me. There we go. Right, so you saw a couple of those examples just before. I had a red thing somewhere. Hang on, I've pulled this one out. It's not going well at all today. We can drill into it. So this is kind of the stuff that people are really interested in, right? So enabling data encryption at rest by default and customer managed keys for data, right? Don't just turn it on because you can. It's going to be painful for you when this is enabled, but finance customers want that pain, right? When you go and take a snapshot of the data, now I have to keep that key with it as well. What happens when my key vault fails? What if I can't get to it because there was a regional failure? How am I going to back up those keys? What about the versions? If I go and have to change it every year, how many past versions should I then keep? And who's got access to those? And these sorts of problems all start coming up, right? There's a long list of problems that you get with it, but finance customers won't deploy anything unless it's turned on. Right, so what we've got in the Microsoft Cloud Security Benchmark is, yes, audit only. What we want is actions that are those three and those three only. We want to have an action that is deny or modify or deploy if not exist. Now, your infrastructure as code people, their heads just exploded. They don't like doing this. They don't like doing modify and deploy if not exist, because what that means is I've deployed a template that says do these things, and then some magic happens afterwards, and what I've deployed is different. You should have deployed it right in the first time, right? This is what finance customers want. Yeah, we deploy something. The only way we can make it compliant is to fix it afterwards, compliant by default. Inside the Microsoft Security Benchmark, I say it's a first-class citizen, but it's missing a lot of services, right? So it'll say you've got to have, we will report an event if you do not have customer managed keys for these 4 databases. Well, that's very well, but we have 20. So what about the other 16? Oh, they're not there. So what we want to do inside Azure Cloud for FSI, not Azure Cloud for FSI landing zones for Microsoft Azure, is to aim to get all of the services that are offered by Azure and keep it up to date. This isn't a product. Again, this is like a reference architecture. We put it out on GitHub again. You can make pull requests if you want. But that's our aim, is to go and build this out. Now, we're starting with one particular customer, right, the world's largest bank, and building out these services on their behalf. So it comes as their request. So what that means is, hey, look, we don't have any support for, well, we have a little bit of support for virtual machines inside the Cloud Security Benchmark. You probably want some more. We don't have it yet inside this definition either, because that particular customer wants to focus on PaaS services, right? So we will get there. They've planned it out. Endpoint protection, yada, 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 will all be in there, and all the standards we want to find in there too. When you go into that Cloud Security Benchmark, mine was quite green because I had nothing deployed. Yours will be bleeding red all the time. And you will never make it green. I've never seen one that even looks close to being green in any of my finance customers, and I have all of them in Denmark. You have to put your money somewhere though, right? Anyway, what we want to get is that GUI to look green. We're going to keep using it, that Microsoft Cloud Security Benchmark that we saw before. We're going to ask you to deploy it, right? So the policies that we will define in a minute, I'll show you soon, they will put on the Cloud Security Benchmark so that you at least get the auditing as well, to say, hey, aren't we clever? We did all these things. Because there's a gotcha with policies, right? If I deploy that database and I check the box that says customer managed key, fine. What if I go and change it and put it back to Microsoft managed key? Doesn't violate policy. Policy only applies when you create something. So we'll try and keep the red items to be actionable items, because that's the thing that I want to go and fix. If somebody did that, I need to go and change it. That's an actionable item. All right. There's no consideration for locations. What that means is inside Cloud Security Benchmark, Azure Landing Zones, we don't really care about EMEA and GDPR and things like that, or America and HIPAA and whatever else. India has their own. Malaysia has their own requirements. If you are a large bank and you want to be deploying to North America, we're going to have a separate area of the landing zone for your geography, and your landing zones will be in there, and the policies that you need will be in there. And then you'll have another one for EMEA, and another one for Malaysia, or another one for APAC, or however you want to do it, so that each team, because banks are really siloed when it comes to geography, they can manage themselves. Yeah, I'll show you that in a minute too. All right, so this is how we get started. That little easy link at the top, that's the link that I'm going to type in now. It sends you to the Azure portal to go and do the next deployment. All right? If you're a bank, you won't click that link. You'll go and say, what does that actually do? Well, it sends you here to go and get the files that you will then go and download and have a look at and analyze the heck out of and spend 2 years faffing about, as my customers do. All right, so let's do that with my kind of mouse. You should do it. You should definitely do it in your test environment, like I did. It's fun. All right, so if I go /fs, oh look, I've already done it. There it is there. All right, so it pulls down the JSON files from the GitHub location, all of the policies. There's two sets of JSON files here that are in action. One is the policies themselves that we'll show you soon, and then the other one is all of the GUI work that we're about to see, all the drop downs and check boxes and stuff like that, right? So two separate things, but there is some policy stuff that is defined inside that checkbox stuff. So you need to be aware of all of the bits and pieces. Pushed this link 4 times before I stood up here today. All of them work like this. Of course, this is the 5th time that breaks. Oh, come on, you.
Probably the mouse.
It's blinking, it's crazy. Anyway, here we go. All right. So, which Azure AD are we talking about? Oh my God, come on, get down here. And where do you want to deploy it to? What that one is really saying is, which version of Azure ARM am I going to be using to send these commands to? And if you choose a European region, we're going to say, we'll set up everything based around Europe. Cool. Oops, did I go too fast there? We're going to give it a prefix. So this is for the management group tree. You guys are familiar with management groups. You got this sort of logical structure, right? So we want to have a prefix in there so that you can go and deploy this. If you've already deployed landing zones and you just want to see what this is going to be looking like, you can put it sort of parallel to that, all right? So we might say bank1 / FSILZ. Say. All right. We do need to have, so it's going to ask you for lots of the subscriptions. You can optionally put all of them in, except for one of them that's mandatory, and it is the management subscription, because we're going to define like log analytics for a central location for recording all of the traffic flows and whatever else, right? So we have to choose one of those, blah, blah, blah. Turn on everything, right? Set to default. Yes, we want to go and enable all of the Defender stuff that we can come across. All of the, we want to turn on that cloud security benchmark that we showed you before. Secure by default services. So which services do we want to ensure are secure by default? As in they're going to have that TLS 1.2, the customer managed key, the backup, the yada, yada, yada. We have 24 of them, but not all of them. All right, so these are the PaaS services that customer number 1 asked us to go and define. There will be more added to them. These are granular, right? So these, each of them have their own JSON file backing them up. All right, so it's quite easy to go, if you want to go and add service 25, you can go to that JSON file and say, I just have to change this field, and this field, and I can reuse that policy.
Are you talking resource creation outside of this scope?
Yes, we are. Well, we define the policy that says which service types you're allowed to do and the geographies as well. There's like 10,000 lines of JSON, I think, that defines everything that we're seeing here. There's a lot of work going in here. There's Defender for Cloud, Defender for all of the services. That'll let me go through. So in your test environment, you're probably not going to have any connectivity like a VPN or an express route inside your network. But if you do, you can start telling it, this is my connectivity subscription and how that's going to work. I'm going to keep it as a no for now. Otherwise, it's going to ask me 100 complicated questions. Dedicated identity subscription, right? So now if I say yes, it'll say, which one is your dedicated identity subscription? I don't have one, so I have to skip that one too. Inside there, I want to do the standard things around preventing public IP addresses to anything that might be inside there. Playground used to be called Sandbox. But yeah, the idea is it's a temporary, short-lived subscription for somebody to go and figure out how stuff works, maybe a month, throw it away, all right? You want a cool tool might be I think you guys were building it to constantly ask them, do you still want this after a month? Or here's an email to your manager after 3 months, hey, he's kept this one up and running. It might be pseudo production for the tool. I can't remember if Casper built that in yet. Which ones are your corp landing zones? Which ones are your cloud native landing zones? Corp means connected to production, the CorpNet. Because I didn't type in an email address at the start there. And then off it goes and deploys. And this is what it looks like when it's finished deploying. So it will go and send out a bunch of policies. Now, we've got different policy types inside Azure, right? There's the ones that Azure maintains, and we go and add to those all the time. Everyone gets them automatically, same GUID, boom, boom, boom. And there's the ones that we define on top of that. So this cloud for FSI landing zones, what it's trying to do is use as many built-in policies as we can, because we know that they're well maintained by Azure itself. And if we need to, we'll build our own custom policies on top of that to do the things that it's not doing for us. And these are the ones listed as custom here. And then we will bundle a bunch of policies up and call them an initiative, and then push out initiatives as much as we can rather than individual policies, right? So we can bundle things into an initiative and know that they'll get deployed as well. But you can see we are pushing out a lot of new custom policies to really force Azure to do all that stuff. All for free. Cool. So let's browse around and have a look at our management groups. So say management groups. All right. So this is the one that I created for the demo here. Decommission, right? So I've deleted a subscription. I don't want to throw it away. There might be something in there. We'll let it sit there for a while, build a workflow around that too. These are our landing zones. Oh, there's EMEA. Right, so we've got that ability to go and break out by default different areas. Cloud native versus corp. That used to be corp and online, I think we called that one. And then the generic platform stuff underneath there. So if I jump into, say, EMEA, and I go and look at the policy, let me just click on it, and then have a look at the policies that are assigned here. Again, it's empty, right? So there's not going to be any red stuff in there. It's more to show you which policies are kind of applying on here. So if I look for, say, Azure regions for the resource groups that are allowed, and go and edit that assignment, should tell me in the parameters that I'm allowed to deploy to North Europe, because that was the first option I put in at the very start, North Europe. Yeah.
It's not called Sandbox anymore, so the general change.
Playground, yeah. I don't know why. I think they got pushback from customers saying we don't like calling things Sandbox here, so we're going to, every time Microsoft does something, we do it for customer number one, and whatever they want is what we give them, and then everybody has to go and suffer afterwards, right? So customer number one likely told us we want this to be called Playground because that's what we call it elsewhere. There's no, yeah. It would be nice to think there's some architectural, you know, ivory tower that's deciding these things, and often it's just, yeah, it'll just keep somebody quiet. If they want to call it that, we'll call it that for them. Yeah. And jump back a bit. So that's just the resource groups. But where are we? If I go down, I think we have regions for the actual services that we're allowed to deploy, right? The same sort of thing, but for specific services. And there was this one here, allowed services. So what I have as a it's a nice friendly name. What I have with my customers is this list here. You've probably never seen it. It's like the bane of my existence. I get an email about this every single day because inside their licensing terms, that's what this is, inside their contract with Microsoft, it says you can only use services that are defined as a core online service. It's in their licensing terms. They can only use services in this list. Who maintains this list? What's the backlog for this list look like? Is there a service that's not on there that's going to be on there in 3 months or 6 months? No visibility at all. It's impossible to deal with this list. It's not queryable. It's text only. It's driving me insane. But that's the positive list from their point of view, right? And the names don't often match with the real name for the service because we rebrand stuff all the time. And so if you're a finance customer, this list is very important to you. It drives me crazy. We also have the EU data boundary as well, right? So the idea here was all services in Azure comply with the EU data boundary, meaning that all of the data for all of those services, including metadata and support data and everything, lives inside Europe. Fantastic. Except for this massive list of things that it doesn't apply to. That's the stuff that's temporarily involves partial data transfers outside the EU. These services are permanently sending data outside the... Temporary means, hey, we're going to fix it. Permanent means it's by design. We're not going to change anything about it. Temporarily excluded services and permanently excluded services. We also have services like Databricks that are partly operated by Databricks, which is based in the US, Australia, Israel. They can... So we have these... And then you think, okay, so we got this, we solved all the problems, and now all I need to do is just map all of these services out and say what exclusions and exemptions and how you're going to rectify them. And okay, we'll get there eventually, I'm sure. But EU data boundary didn't quite solve that list of positive services. Anyway, I've gone off track again. That happens more often than it really should. Anyway, exactly right. We're all friends here. There's no recording. Anyway, okay, so that Clouds for Industry. Well, this whole program of I didn't even show you where the files are in GitHub. Anyway, a bunch of files in GitHub that we're uploading a lot at the moment. That's part of this program, right? So somebody's obviously got some good funding to go and build Clouds for Industry. They're underneath there, and they're building stuff all the time on top of it to make these services more relevant to customers, right? So if you're doing that customer contact center, you probably already have a customer contact center inside your bank. Why should I go and use the Microsoft one? We have to go and build the value of that one a little bit more to make it relevant for them to go and change from whatever System X is to something like that, right? So they're going to be focusing quite a lot on that. You'll see more of these clouds starting to appear, I think. On top of that, we have an event, right? Staying relevant, staying up to date. We have an event for finance customers in Microsoft Denmark coming up. There's a little link there you can go and click on if you want to go and register and hear some clever people than I talk. These people here. We also have Build coming up, not next week again, on Tuesday evening. Starts with anything that's that you've been waiting for an Azure service is going to be made public in that event, right? It's spread over 2 days, so you have to know which session to go to. You know a guy called, what's his name, John Saville, the anti-FAC guy? Yes. He does a really good YouTube channel, and every week he puts out, he takes our blog of updates for the week, and he makes a good video, and he puts it out without any commercials or anything like that, right? He's going to do one for Build, so probably the weekend after Build has happened. That would be the best way to go and get a summary of all of the changes that were announced that time. Yeah, I think I will show you the GitHub bit because I forgot that bit rather than give you a little Easter egg at the end. Sorry, no Easter egg. So, am I in the right window? Nope. All right, so this is the home for the repository. You can see that there is, FSI, healthcare, retail, telco. The bulk of the policies sit under something called Foundations. Yep. John Saville, Savill. NTFAQ guy. Should have put a link to him. Big guy, yeah. Very depressing. Every Saturday, I should go to the gym. God damn it. All right, so foundations, Azure, reference implementation. So the portal that we saw is this JSON file. All right, just for that GUI. And if I'm right, if I remember, management group templates and say policy definitions, they're the individual services, those 24 compliant by default services. All right, all very new. Yeah. So go start exploring that stuff too. Yeah.
Great introduction. Thanks a lot. Just a question. Organizations in regulated industries are very focused on change management, right? Change control. You know, they need to review whatever goes into production or what's changed. So after they've reviewed all of this and you implement it, so how do you manage, or how do they manage the changes that you put into policies or admin policies and whatever?
Yeah.
How do you help them with that?
So what we have two flavors of customers, right? So there's the I'll do it later, next, and there's we will start as infrastructure as code, meaning we will download all of this stuff, we will put it into our own repository, we'll build an Azure pipeline over to Azure and deploy it that way around. And then part of our pipeline will go and do things like DevSecOps, right? So we'll do some security validation. Have you included a key inside your code or anything like that? And then that could maybe have workflows inside there, right? Where approvals need to be made before a release goes through. It's a big investment in time. So for my bigger customers, yes, I would definitely push them towards it. For my smaller customers, yeah. But yeah, so they're gonna, there's something called, what's it called? AZ Ops, which is basically we go and take a copy of what you've got as policies, and then we push it back into your repository so you can see what is there now. So I could use that and make changes inside there and then have that get pushed out as well. It's kind of a backwards way of doing it, and I don't think the team is a big fan of it, but it is there still. But it's a good way if you're sort of in between, right? Between GUI and hardcore infrastructure as code, there's kind of AZ Ops in the middle there as well. That might help. Did that help? Is my, yeah, cool. Any other questions? No? Yeah.
Would you recommend this to a fintech startup that's under MPP?
So it depends. So there's different types of fintechs, right? So some of them that we deal with are sort of aggregators, and they don't have the same level of compliance. Even within a bank, they don't have the same level of compliance. Like if you're doing wealth management, you don't have to comply with all of the same trader restrictions and things like that, right? So they've got, inside of a bank, they'll have little carve-outs for, we want to comply with as few regulations as possible because every regulation is cost for them. So for a fintech, if you were, say, aggregating stock trades for, like I might send a stock trade to Saxo Bank and I might send one over to I don't know, another bank to go and do it, then I might not have the same level of requirements that they do because they're not the one doing the trade. They don't have to have the buffer. So it really depends on which, yeah, how they're formed. But yeah, I mean, anytime you talk to the compliance people, they start with what's the least we can get away with here because it's going to be 2 years before we can do X. Yeah, so they're quite good at stuff like that, I found. Yeah. Any other questions? Anyone want to talk DDoS? We've got 3 minutes. It's going crazy the last couple of days. So. Okay, cool. Then we are 2 minutes away from lunch. So if it's not served outside, grab a drink of water and socialize a little bit. Oh, hang on. I think, yes, I forgot about you. Sorry. Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you for coming. Ooh.
As I mentioned in the beginning, we have a few Maersk branded prizes for whoever can answer some questions.
think almost everybody is back. And someone's coming. So welcome back from lunch. I hope it was satisfying, and I hope that you are ready to listen to the last two sessions. This is mine. I'm going to be talking about the Maersk compliance beacons. My name is Rasmus. I've been with Maersk for almost 2 years. I've been in transportation, medical devices, electronics, telecoms before that. And I like building stuff in the cloud. That's, well, basically what I've done for many years. At Maersk, my title is lead software engineer, which means I'm the technical lead of a team of other software developers. But I'm not here to talk about me. I'm here to talk about compliance, or our compliance beacons. It's actually a little bit related to what Craig talked about before, except we are not quite as rigid as the financial services industry policies. But first of all, compliance. I mean, just the word puts you to sleep, right? It's something to do with bean counters and auditing, and you have to follow all sorts of policies. And if you don't, then somebody comes and whacks you on the head. It's just not fun. But if you put the word cloud in front of it, way more fun, right? Cloud compliance is what's needed to make sure that the stuff you run in the cloud, that the code you build, that the infrastructure you deploy, that everything you have there is secure, it's operable, it doesn't waste resources, neither money nor environmental resources. And it doesn't matter if you're a Maersk or if you're a small company. There's no reason not to make sure that all of your stuff is following your own or your company's principles. Doesn't matter if the stuff you run is in the cloud, in the data center, on almost offline on a container ship or on a submarine. Why not just build stuff the right way, right? And that's what the compliance beacons are about. That's what we try and help our developers with at Maersk. But this is what I'm going to talk about. Do you need it? Well, I basically just said you need it, but let me talk a little bit more about that. Then I'm going to talk about Maersk's cloud management platform, where our beacons are part of, and then I'm going to talk about the beacons. So if you can answer these three questions with yes, then you don't need a compliance framework. You don't need to make automated checks to verify whether your products are compliant with your different policies. So I know in Maersk, we have good developers. We have developers that are very, very experienced in what they do. But they are mainly domain experts. And while the cloud is something that we've started, as Pau said, working on for several years, there's a lot of people who are really, really good at what they do, but they don't know a lot about security or infrastructure or cloud in general. And unless your shop where you work, has experts, then you probably need a compliance framework. So, yeah. But what do container ships and cloud in general have to do with each other? I mean, Pau was talking about it before. We have in Maersk about 4,000 people involved in software development, and at least 3/4 of them build stuff that runs in the cloud of some kind. Maybe not all of the software that they build, but parts of the solutions. And as you can imagine, there's no off-the-shelf software that we can buy that will run a company like Maersk. The market would be pretty small, right? There's not so many companies like us. So we cannot go to IBM or Microsoft or whoever and say, can you build us something? Or do you have something that we can buy? So we build it. What we do is, it's not just container ships anymore. We're actually moving from shipping stuff from one port to the other to going to transport stuff from the producer, from the farmer, or from the source factory, all the way to the consumer. There are countries, not in Denmark yet, but there are countries where we also have the last mile, the delivery service. And we need to have systems that cover all of these areas and all of these ways of transportation. And What we do is we rely on this guy. That's Tommy. We actually don't just rely on Tommy, of course. We rely on his team. His team are the ones who manage our Kubernetes infrastructure. They have somewhere between 500 and 800 clusters that they manage in public cloud. But also no, it's not just his team. But he's the guy who shows up on the careers website when I look for an engineer. Actually, it says architect, and I'm not sure he identifies as an architect. He's a Kubernetes guy. Yeah, so Tommy and his team, and me and my team, Asger and Dan's team, we build stuff that is part of the foundation of Maersk's cloud infrastructure. Other software development teams at Maersk rely on our products. And the other software development teams at Maersk, they build a lot of interesting stuff. One of the most customer-facing sites here, or services that we have, is of course Maersk.com and the mobile app that is there as well. 2 years ago, in 2021, Maersk revenue was $62 billion US. 40 of those came in through Maersk.com, and that's purely business to business Maersk.com, right? There's no consumers buying stuff there. One of those, 1 billion, came through the app. Last year was even better, but I don't have the numbers, so that's why I can only give you 2 years old. So it's a big cloud, and IT is very big in Maersk, and we are transitioning from, as I said, sailing stuff from one point to the other to actually become a fully integrated logistics company. And how do we do that? How do we enable the software development teams to, as seamlessly as possible, run stuff in the cloud? Not just actually push some code up and pray that it works, but do it in the right way. One of the ways that we do that is that we have a cloud management portal that we've built over several years now. We call it Admiral. Product teams can go here to create a new product. When they create a new product, it used before Admiral, it took about 70 days before you got access to the infrastructure that you needed to run your product. With Admiral, it shortened a lot. And in recent times, because we've short-circuited some of the business approvals, it now takes 10 minutes to create a product in Admiral and get access to Azure resources where you can deploy stuff. Most of those 10 minutes is by you have to fill in a form to what's your product called and who's the product team. As you can see, Admiral itself is a product in Admiral because they also manage their own stuff. And the beacons that I'm going to talk more about is also a product in Admiral. It's a React and TypeScript front end. It's actually a micro front end architecture where individual pages here are micro front ends, and the services behind them are microservices. Most of it is built, the front, the UI is in React and TypeScript. The backend are mostly .NET, but not all, because it really doesn't matter to the architecture. There's backend services built in Go and .NET, different types of .NET, and Java, I think, as well. Maersk is a big Java shop. Actually, I think more than half the developers in Maersk are Java developers. Yes. I'm not going to deep dive into Admiral because it's only a 25-minute session. But suffice to say that this is where a product development team goes, creates a product, manages the role-based access control. They can create API definitions and onboard into our API management service or our event streaming service and other internally built services that we use or that we develop in the Cloud Foundation Engineering and Powers organization to assist the product development teams. Now, let me talk more about the beacons. On the ocean, beacons, red and green beacons, are supposed to guide you safely into port and out of port. On the ocean, you're supposed to stay within the beacons. Depending on the direction of sailing, you need to have the red and the green on your left and your right side, starboard and port. In the cloud, there's no staying in between the beacons. There's either red or green. We mixed the metaphors a little bit between beacons and traffic lights, but we did that on purpose, of course, because of Maersk's legacy, that we wanted to do something nautical. But also we did not want to allow any yellow states. Yellow states tend to be ignored, right? So if something is almost perfect, well, it's still not compliant, right? Compliance is a Boolean. So we have red and green beacons. The beacons are actually a page in Admiral. I'm going to show you the page in a second. But they cover compliance checks in these 6 different areas. And the financial area is, of course, mostly about, are we spending our money wisely? Are we not wasting money? What the team, Asger and Lance, showed this morning is the cost management portal or cost management site. The beacons interact with that and at a glance, together with the other beacons, show the product team if they are compliant with our financial compliance checks. Operations is mostly about if the product is known to our service desk. If a customer calls and then complains about something, they need to figure out who to route the request to, right? Operations is also about making sure that the product team is not failing at certain things that we regularly see. So expired certificates, for instance, is always a great a problem to encounter when you don't control the certificates. And some of the product teams, many of the product teams, are DevOps teams who manage their own infrastructure, and yeah, it happens. So we have a compliance check that verifies that all the certificates that we have known in Azure are actually not expired or not about to expire. Another thing is that some of the resources that they deploy in the cloud services might not be backed by an SLA. For instance, an Azure basic firewall, you don't have any guarantee that it works. So we don't actually want people to use that. Security is a very big focus in Maersk. Yeah, you heard Paul talk about the $1 billion that it cost in 2017, and that's actually still permeating the organization. That's still something that we think about regularly, because even for Maersk, it's a lot of money. But security is both about infrastructure security, people deploying the stuff they're deploying into the cloud providers. Is it configured secure by default? But it's also about code security. Do they run the necessary code scans that they have to run? For instance, on GitHub, are they running CodeQL? Are they do they have open third-party library security alerts and other stuff in that area? Risk is about our cyber risk management. If a product for some reason cannot fulfill the beacons, we can raise a cyber risk, and the risk management team takes over, and there's a whole process as to how they need to, or what they need to do, and when are they expected to be compliant. Observability, monitoring, are they integrating to the monitoring tools that we have in Maersk? And finally, the MIP is a bit of it's a bit of a outlier here. MIP means Maersk Integrated Process, and it covers some architectural principles that we want the product teams to use. For instance, we want them to use our own eventing service. We want them to use our Kubernetes because it is, by definition, we could, in theory, move stuff from one cloud provider to the other. I don't think we're actually doing that, but if they follow these architectural principles, it would be easier for us at least. So we have some compliance checks that look at that as well. As I said, I'm not going to talk about all the features of the Admiral Cloud Management Platform, but I'm going to show you a couple of screenshots. And the reason I'm showing you screenshots is because, specifically for the beacons, they do compliance checks all the time. And while I took this screenshot, we had some incompliant beacons in my product, but they might be fixed now by the team. So I couldn't show it to you live. Anyway, the product info page here on the UDM beacons. UDM means Unified Delivery Model. It defines a way or some ways that we deliver software in Maersk. There's for the beacons, one of the category of delivery is custom development because we build it ourselves, and it's a DevOps product. We also have other types of products like classic products. That's where while the product team builds the software, somebody else operates it for them. It's mainly for legacy systems. Admiral also manages SaaS solutions or other solutions that we actually don't build ourselves. But if they have stuff running in one of the Maersk-owned cloud subscriptions, then it's in here. Yes. The beacons are just another tab here for the product. We saw the info page for beacons is over here. And the purpose of the beacons page in Admiral is to show the product team at a single glance, are they compliant or not? We have the 6 beacon areas that I talked about before, but they are mainly used for like categorizing them into the different categories of checks. In reality, the product team cares about the core beacons and the additional beacons. They're supposed to have the core beacon screen all the time. The additional beacons are less important, but the core beacons should be compliant. It's not that we are enforcing this. It's not like the policies that Cray showed you before that they cannot do stuff if they have a red beacon. But there's a business processes, like for the security beacons, for instance, Maersk Cybersecurity will reach out to the product owner and ask what's going on if the security beacons are red for too long. The financial health beacon, I'm going to talk more about that, but the FinOps team is going to reach out to the product owner if that is red for too long. And the same thing with the cyber risk and other of the beacons. So for DevOps custom development, yes.
If the individual teams are going to reach out anyway, what's the value of having this to your business?
Yes, the value is that the product team can take ownership of this. They see this at a single glance. This is a view into about 30 different other systems or categories of systems, so they can see at a single glance what they need to focus on. Yes.
Are you using some tools to implement these beacons? I mean, when you have these services digesting from different data sources, it could be that you have found a smart way to do it.
No, we haven't. Each individual beacon check, a beacon consists of multiple checks. You can see that the financial health beacon has 4 checks, and right now 2 of them are red. Each individual beacon check is code that we've developed. I'll get back to how it runs and stuff, but it's either PowerShell or C# depending on the check. And it interacts with APIs in the different services that we use. So for GitHub, we would ask using GitHub REST APIs or GraphQL APIs for the status of a repository, for instance. So for a custom development DevOps product like ours, these beacons apply. For a SaaS product, not all of the beacons would apply because we don't own the code, for instance, so the secure code beacon doesn't apply. And most likely we also don't we don't run the infrastructure for SaaS products, so we don't know whether they are whether they have secure infrastructure. We can't do the checks that we want to do there. Yeah, almost all of the checks, as I said, there are these 11 beacons here, and they comprise of about 50 checks for a DevOps product. Almost all of them are automated. We do have done a lot of work to automate it. There's some that simply cannot be done automatically. For instance, the secure API beacon has a check that is about whether the product uses modern authentication methods in their APIs. To verify that, we would either need to be able to analyze the code completely of the code of the product, or we would need to call every single API endpoint that they publish and verify that it asks for a bearer token or something like that, and that's just not feasible. So there are some what we call manual checks where the product team can tick and untick whether they're compliant. But let's dive into one of the beacon checks, the secure data beacon that was in compliant yesterday when I took the screenshot. And it has been for a while. It says it's red for a month. But there's a reason for that. And because it's a beacons product, we can safely close our eyes and pretend everything is okay. Also, this is a test machine that we have basically for testing the functionality of the beacons. But right now, our cybersecurity asset management tool, which is a security tool that we subscribe to at Maersk, is telling us that there's a VM that has 136 high severity vulnerabilities. And that's probably because we haven't done Windows updates, or in this case, it's a Linux machine. We haven't done any updates for a while. So that will be caught here. And because we are a DevOps team, we should do it ourselves, and we don't have operations to do it for us. So we should probably get to updating that machine. It doesn't, well, as I said, it's a test machine, and it has no internet connectivity. The financial health beacon has 4 checks, and we're in compliance with one of them. Product doesn't have orphan resources. That means have we deployed anything in the cloud provider in this case, because the beacons run in Azure? Have we deployed anything in Azure that is not being used? And that's, well, of course, that's financially a bad thing. Maybe a disk that doesn't have a lot of data on it, or a public IP address, it doesn't cost a lot per month. But Admiral has about 600 products, and the beacons are one of the very smallest ones. You can see our cost so far this month is $6. And that's cheating a little bit because we're actually running our SQL Server in another subscription, but that's another story. Anyway, we have 2 orphan resources. Orphan resources are usually left over when somebody has removed a deployment or deleted a VM in this case. So we have a public IP address and a disk that we didn't delete at the time. And they are usually money wasters. So what we can do is show it to the product team. We can also help them by making it very easy to fix. We've done that for most of the beacon checks, that we have these reconcile options where we can fix the issue for them. In this case, we can delete the resources in Azure. And in other cases, we can fix the configuration in ServiceNow or close port 80 or whatever on a resource. And of course, I mean, this is, my team is perfect. No, so this is fail-safe, of course, right? That's a question?
Is this integrated with the RBAC model, or does it raise a request in your service management tool and then it gets manual checked or something?
The reconcile options specifically are not integrated. Well, it doesn't raise a request. It goes to the Azure Resource Manager and deletes the resources. It doesn't do it on behalf of the user. Well, it doesn't impersonate the user, but it does it using a service principal that the beacons can use. So they have access to delete specific types of resources. Of course, we are audit logging who clicked the button or who called the API. So nothing could happen here, right? Or could that become an issue? Maybe there could be some data loss, right? Or if the check was wrong and misidentified, then we're actually going to break stuff. But that's what you do, right? We have a fail-safe. You asked whether you really, really want to do this, but if you click yes, then we go ahead and delete the resource. So how does this work? Yes, I said we have about 50 beacon checks that interact with different services, and they all run in a container instance in Azure. We launch it on a schedule for the regularly scheduled scans that we do once every 24 hours, or we can launch it on demand. There was a run check button there. The product team can run it on demand if they want. They interact with all the different services that are necessary. They don't all fit on the slide, so I just showed you the top line here of services that we interact with. But basically what it does is that when the check runs, it launches the container, which does its work, interacts via APIs with all these services, and then reports the results back into our API. That will then show the results on the beacon page. It will also, in case the beacon goes from green to red, we will also notify the product team via email, so they don't have to go to the page. They will get that email in the morning when they come to work and hopefully do something about it. So what it does, the beacons API, it is that's what receives the results, but it's also what shows the information in the UI. It's a little bit more interesting is what we call the beacons jobs. That's what actually manages the runs of the check. It has a when it's supposed to run, it'll launch the container instance that does the work. And I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit because I'm behind time, but I'm gonna talk about how the check is launched. So we are building the stuff in .NET. We're using a .NET scheduling library called Hangfire, which is actually quite good. Hangfire uses a SQL database for its configuration, so we've configured all the 50 checks as jobs in there that run on schedule. And what it does, our backend code will call into the Azure Container Management API to launch the container instance. Specific one container instance or one container image from the Azure Container Registry is launched, and then it calls back into Admiral, figures out what does it need to do. And I have that on the next. Just check. Nope. What does it need to do? Which products does it need to run for? What are their subscriptions? And then it does its work and reports the results back. The same thing for the reconcile job, so the remediation actions, except there's no schedule. It can only be launched manually. But once it's run the fix, we run the beacon check again, because then we can update the UI. Yeah, as I said, we're using Azure Container Instances. We could use any other way of launching containers on demand, but this is actually very low cost, and it's very easy to integrate with. We've had some experiences with it. This is what Microsoft says it can do. I'm not going to read the whole slide, but and this is our experiences. Microsoft says it's serverless containers on demand. We all know that means it's Microsoft servers and not your own. We've used the beacons framework for some big scale automated remediations in case of security issues that we needed to remediate fast, install agents on VMs in Azure. And we launched a lot of Azure Container Instances in a very short time, and Azure doesn't like that. It's quick. If you have small containers, it's slower, of course. If you have larger containers, it's basically dependent on the time that it takes for you to load the container image from the container registry. The boot up time of the whatever VM runs the container is quite good. Custom sizes. Our load is not big. I think we've scaled them now to use 8 GB of memory. But that's because we are loading Azure Resource Graph for tens of thousands of VMs when we want to know which VMs we want to run. When we want to know which checks we want to run or which VMs we want to verify, then it's actually quite a lot of data. We mount an Azure file share. We put our log output in there from the check. And we use managed identity because the beacon check containers need to interact with Resource Graph and other resources in Azure and other cloud providers. They run as a managed identity that we have granted necessary permissions in our infrastructure. And that works quite well unless you're running in a VNet. We have some checks running in a VNet because they need to do checks in our private cloud, so the non-public parts of Maersk Azure where we are connected to MaerskNet. And to be able to do that security-wise, we needed to run it in a separate VNet that was peered to MaerskNet. And then we lost managed identity. That meant we couldn't read our secrets from our key vault and other stuff that just made it complicated. So yes, in summary, of course, you do need something to make sure that your products are compliant with whatever policies you decide. You don't need to build it yourself. There are tools you can use. Azure Policy. Admiral, our cloud management platform, is great. It's really good for the product teams to self-service this without having free reign in Azure. But you don't have to build it on your own. You can use something like Backstage that Spotify have built, which works quite well, as far as I know. And it doesn't have to be more complicated than this. This is a Storm P-løsning, I would call it in Danish. Simple solution to a complicated problem. Yes, that's a question. Also, we reached the slide, so I think you were first.
How many people are engaged in developing?
Over time, we have been 6 people, front-end dev and 7 backends. Right now, we have maybe 1 resource dedicated to this, to maintaining this.
great presentation. I'm assuming that you didn't start out with all of this in mind, but like a big straight, this is where we want to end up. So what were the first simple steps that you took? What were the first steps that you looked at, and how did you go? What did you start with? How did you start out?
We started when Maersk went to the cloud. It was the Wild West. People got access to subscriptions that were we call self-managed. They could do whatever they wanted in that subscription, and that meant they did whatever they wanted, and not what we wanted security-wise. We have reined that in, so we have guardrails that meant that people can't do whatever they want. And with the beacons, we've taken the lowest hanging fruits first. We looked at the secure infrastructure and cybersecurity in Maersk came with ideas. What do we want to do automated checks on? And then that was implemented. And then we've built on top of that.
But did you start with the Admiral product in mind, or did you start by developing, let's say, 2 beacons that existed as separate products, and then you got the idea to build Admiral as a cloud management platform afterwards?
To be honest, I don't know because I wasn't here at the time. But I think Admiral came first. Okay.
Does it do Tencent?
Does it do what?
Tencent, yeah.
Tencent?
Yeah.
Alibaba?
Yeah. That as well.
No, it does not. The beacon checks work on Azure and AWS. No more questions? Great. Thank you very much. So I said there was going to be questions of the last 3 presentations, and this is one of them. So the question to this presentation is for a DevOps product, how many beacons applied? 11, yes. Oops.
So of course the first question. Oh, we do have a bit of echo. Is it good now? Ja. Så, en ting.
Så skal vi lige have den der. Nå, det var ikke det rigtige, jeg gjorde der. Men var det bedre? Og nu får du ikke notes. Det var ikke det, jeg ville heller. Så er det godt. Så hjælper den.
Det var godt nok. Ja,
det var fordi, at den brugte den forkerte til den skærm der. Og nej.
Nu er den forkert, ikke? Ja, det var rigtigt.
Ja, det var kopieret. Sådan der. Så får du ikke noterne, hvis du havde nogle noter inde i.
Det har jeg. Det er lige meget. Det tror jeg, vi ikke løber an på. Okay, good. Well, thank you for having me. So first question for me was, how many of you have tried ChatGPT? Okay, I'm just asking who hasn't tried ChatGPT. It's almost easier. Okay. Oh, one. Okay, good. So we don't need instructions in that. That's great to know. So now this one stopped working on me. Okay, we seem to have a little bit of technical challenges in the time of AI. Any of you been worried about using ChatGPT? Nah, okay, a few. I hope when we're done with this session that it will be like a forest of hands. Honestly, because there are a few challenges, although also so many possibilities. So you're going to see this slide twice, and that's because I really want people to understand that when you're using ChatGPT, you are within OpenAI's Azure tenant. That also means that all the data and everything you're sharing goes in there, and it also goes into the models that they are training. So it's the same as if you would be putting something on the internet or writing it on a chat forum. And for that reason, as an enterprise, it's not very safe to use ChatGPT, although you can do a lot of things. So what I'm going to show you today is how to use the OpenAI service and all the things that we can do on Azure. And I'm going to show it on our tenant, and the same possibilities is for all of your Azure tenants. And the big advantage is that then you're within your own compliance and security rules and guidelines already. I'll dive further into this, but I hope you'll remember this slide because I'm going to come back to it several times. It didn't work, so we're going back here. So I also wanted to check how many of you have tried OpenAI's Playground in Azure. Okay, I knew a few. Okay, so I brought a lot of slides today, but I was more excited about the last ones, and I think I don't have enough time, so I was considering what to skip. What I wanted to show you is, how do we use ChatGPT best? Because people keep asking me about prompts, so I'm just going to cover that shortly. Then I wanted to cover how do you use OpenAI with Microsoft and what's the possibilities of combining all the different services and models. And from there, I wanted to give you a few examples, but without going too much over time, of what does it look like when you use ChatGPT within Azure? What does it look like when you're using it for summarizing text, writing text, but it could also be for doing financial analysis or even doing a little bit of coding. And from there, I'm really excited about the possibilities to use it together with cognitive services. So I'm going to show you an example of using it with speech and also what you could do for example, customer service. Then I want to show you what you can do with search. So how can you kind of create your own Bing ChatGPT? And then the most exciting thing that came today, and I can't take honor for it, but I pushed it in there because it's really cool, is actually combining this with computer vision so that you can't just search for text or documents, but we can start searching into images too. So that is a really cool application that I added in there. Also, I wanted to show you why it's great that we can use the code from OpenAI in Azure so that we can actually continue using it in Python or other scripts like in machine learning notebooks. I got an example for that. And then if we have time, a very, very small example of what's coming in Copilot. I know in the end of this month, we're going to have something called Copilot Chat, which means that we're going to have not just all the cool features of Copilot Labs, but we're actually going to have it in a chat function like ChatGPT. So I hope to cover it all without any of you getting too bored. Very shortly about me, I've been working with data in the past 12 years. I've been working within data and AI consultancy for the past 7.5 years. My original background is in quantitative finance and econometrics. And later I've studied machine learning and AI at MIT. And now I'm finishing my master in IT management at ITU. And then I think I took every single certification in the data and AI stack from Microsoft. So that's some of the things that I've been doing. Let's see. But let's get an overview first. So this is not what the session is about, but just very, very shortly, generative AI, as we know today, is of course very special because now we've gotten to the point where we've got such big AI models that they can learn from patterns and start creating new content, new code, new images, new text. And this is where OpenAI's models are really amazing, and it's creating a revolution of products. Now, we're seeing unprecedented capabilities. We're also seeing that everybody can use it. So some of the really cool use cases are seen from India, where they've been using GPT models to actually answer questions for different municipalities around India. So we're also seeing that a lot of people can use it. And I know that a few days ago, you could start signing up for Copilot in Office 365. I don't know if you've seen it, but that's possible, especially if you work with a big enterprise. And what that means is that you get your own Copilot in all the Office programs, and it's personalized to you. So it gets used to how you write your text, how you write your emails, how you do your work, and it helps you the same way you today have GitHub Copilot. And that's pretty amazing. So that's just come. Now, why should we be interested in this? Why shouldn't we just do our work as usual? Working for many years, you're all professionals, and you're probably good at it. Well, in March, they did a small study at MIT where they looked at what is the difference in people's efficiency, or how fast are they, and also what kind of grades do they get if we actually allow them to use ChatGPT. So one group of people were allowed to use ChatGPT to do their different work writing tasks, and then they took a timer on how long did it take it. So normally it took them about a little less than 30 minutes, between 25 and 30 minutes. When they were allowed to use ChatGPT, you can see for the green treated group that suddenly they were down almost at 15 minutes. So there was a big reduction in the time spent on writing assignments when they were allowed to use tools like ChatGPT. In addition, what we also see is that we were allowing them to take essay tests. So everybody had to write essays and they get graded. What happened to their grades? Well, then suddenly we have a skew where the treatment group suddenly gets, on average, much higher grades than the control group. And that's kind of interesting to see, that the grades are skewed to the right, whereas the time distribution, time spent on the task, is skewed downwards. So this might be some of the reasons why we should be interested in using generative AI for our work. Now, it can be used for so many things. I can't cover them all today. But today I'll show you a small virtual assistant. I'll show you a little bit of voice synthesis. We can also create customer chatbots, real-time translation. The possibilities are endless. I can't cover them all. Instead, what I want to show you is a small rabbit hole that if you suddenly have an hour in an evening and you don't know what to do with it, Futurepedia will take up a lot of time. It's very exciting. So here they show all the newest generative AI products, sites, inventions that they have come across. And there are so many cool examples of how this can be done, how it can be used. But you probably need about 2 or 3 hours because once you get started, it's hard to get out of there. But do check it out. It's really exciting. Right, but we're going to stick with the things that we can do today with OpenAI in Azure. So OpenAI makes lots of different models. They also make models for debate and for gaming and for robots. But the ones that we know of right now are the GPT models, the GPT-3, which was behind part of ChatGPT. Then we have Codex, which is for coding and which is the one that is behind GitHub Copilot. And then we have DALL-E, which can create images. If you've tried Bing Create, that's also the model that's behind that. And then, of course, ChatGPT. Now, what was really interesting and why did we get to this place was actually because of Google's research in the first instance. So in 2018, they released a paper called Attention is All You Need. That's when they created the first transformer models. And what was so special about them was that they couldn't just understand a single word, they could understand the word before and the word after, and they could start understanding the entire context. And from there, they could develop Google Translate. Any of you work with Google Translate? Did it revolutionize how we do translation? So that's why I choose to show you this, because that was actually the beginning of the transformer models that has made generative pre-processed transformers such as GPT-3 possible. I don't know, it takes 2 or 3. There's no logic to this. Just trying to. Okay. Now, I don't know if any of you followed the news this week from Sam Altman, but something that's very interesting was he said, forget about GPT-5. We've now reached a level where the models have become so big that there's simply a problem. We can't create that much computer power. We can't run them. This is not feasible. And if you look at BERT, which was the one that was used for the first Google Translate, that had only 340 million parameters. Then we move up to some of the work that NVIDIA and Microsoft have been doing with the Turing NLG, and it had 17 billion. And we know that GPT-3 had at least 175 billion. They haven't wanted to disclose how many was on GPT-4, but the estimate is about 1,000 bigger. So these modules are getting bigger and bigger. I've had customers who ask me, can we take this model and put it on-prem? And the answer is no, you cannot. Yeah, you might laugh, but you can't. They're simply too big, and therefore you can only use them in the Azure cloud. The speed of development has been quite great. A lot of people have the idea that large language models, or LLM, is something that just came in 2022, but it goes back to 2018. And many of the biggest models have been worked on for a while. I worked on the Roberta with the Pegasus and so forth, but it wasn't until we got the Instruct GPT that made it easy for us to ask questions and get answers that people really opened their eyes to what was possible. We can also see that a lot has happened within Microsoft and their collaboration with OpenAI, so much so that this is not even up to date anymore. And then the questions that people always have. Could you give me some simple concepts for using these models? I showed you this one before. I'm going to go back to it again because I want to just remind you, when you use the OpenAI service in your own Azure tenant, you have RBAC security. You can access all your own data. You're not sharing it with anybody on the outside. You're within your own firewall. So this is perfectly safe and a good place to learn how to leverage generative AI models, especially all these base models for OpenAI. Whereas every time you're using ChatGPT, you are sharing the information with the rest of the world. So please bear that in mind. Anything you wouldn't post publicly in the internet, don't put that into ChatGPT. Now, there are different kinds of models. As I just mentioned, you have a GPT-3 and the GPT 3.5 and 4. Have any of you experienced that ChatGPT told you rubbish? Yeah, okay, yeah, me too. And so what's really good is that they've now added this little feature where we can see what the different models are good at. And GPT-4 is slower, but it is also more accurate, and it is better at giving precise and concise answers, although that one also can hallucinate. The others are really good for sales and marketing jobs, but they might not be that good for something that's supposed to be very accurate. So once again, once you start using ChatGPT, it warns you, and I'm just going to say it one more time. Do note that they actually do tell you that you shouldn't share any sensitive information in your conversations. They also make you aware that all conversations may be reviewed by their AI trainers to improve their systems. And as it always is, if a system is free or the product is free, you're the product. And that also goes here. You're there to make sure that their models become as good as possible, but don't forget that is why. And it also says that on the top, our goal is to get external feedback in order to improve our systems and make them, well, safer. So be aware of this when you're using ChatGPT. Then prompting, what should you know and what's important? Well, it's similar to if you were giving a new colleague, a new employee, a task. You would also tell them the what, the how, and the why. You would give them a example of, well, it should be in a professional tone. We are at Maersk, for example. It should be very proper. Or you would say how it should be structured. So you would tell no more than 500 words, bullet points, please, and stick to the point. or you would tell them why you needed it, like, well, either to answer tax questions or to keep security to the point, or to give a message to the C-level in a concise manner. So that is also something that you should consider when you're doing a good prompt. And the last part is dealing with uncertainty. If you don't want it to hallucinate and you want it to be more straight when giving you an answer, it's a good idea to tell it, if you do not know the answer, answer with "I do not know." That also helps. Then there are a lot of examples of really great prompts in OpenAI's playground in Azure. And here is one where it just says, if you're a marketing assistant, you help come up with creative ideas and content like marketing, emails, blog posts, tweets, ad copy, and product descriptions. You write in a friendly and professional tone, and you can tailor your writing style for best works to the user audience and so forth. This is a great example of a short, good prompt. An example of a very lengthy, very, very good prompt, but a little too much. I'm going to read it. This one. This one can also be found as an example within the Azure OpenAI Playground, and it gives a good indication of how specific you can actually be in a prompt. So this is when you're being very, very specific. What else can you do? You can ask ChatGPT to help you write good prompts. That's a possibility. You can ask it to be concise and precise if you want it to be more accurate. But it still might hallucinate. So if it hallucinates, and here's a funny example, we just asked it, when did France give the Vilnius the TV tower in 1980, or why? So first we asked them when, and it tells us in 1980. And then we ask it why the French government provided the gift, and it gives us a wonderful answer. But if you look it up on Wikipedia, the true answer is that this TV tower was built as part of a 5-year plan for the Soviet Union. So it is complete bollocks. And this is, of course, the example of hallucination. So how do you avoid this? Well, prompt design, as I just showed you, that's one way of avoiding hallucination. Then you can also train it on one or more examples, going from zero shot to more shot. I'll go into that in a moment. And then you can also train it and fine-tune it so that it learns to understand better what you're asking for. So when we're just asking it, write me a recipe for pancakes, or give me an example of Python code for cognitive services, that's a zero shot. You're just telling it what you want, and it gives you an answer. Now, if you want a one-shot, this is where you ask a description of the task. Please write me a polite email to XYZ. Here is an example of what it might look like. And if you want to do few shots, so starting to train it, you actually give it 3 or more examples of this is what the email could look like for customer service or for writing to our C-level. So those are the 3 ways that you, in an easy way, can improve the prompts or the output that you are getting out, and make sure that you're not getting hallucination. When that's set, you can also fine-tune. Now, the good thing about fine-tuning is that then the model can learn about things that are very specific to your company. It can learn about your products, the descriptions of it, your employees, your brand values, things that it might not know otherwise. The downside by fine-tuning is that sometimes you don't have transparency. So you can't always say, why did it answer what it did? But it's possible, and I'm going to show you a very small example later of how we can do this. So one of the reasons you might want to use OpenAI in Azure is for customer service emails, where you don't want that to land out on the internet. So here are a few of why you should be worried about ChatGPT. First of all, there was the breach that made Italy ban ChatGPT. In this breach, for more than 9 hours, ChatGPT or OpenAI were giving access to a lot of users' data. It was credit card information, it was addresses, it was emails, it was names, and it was even part of the chat that was displayed. So, of course, that was a serious breach that we wouldn't want to see for anybody. After that, one of the things that also happened was that some of Samsung's developer and communications people in the best of intentions, use ChatGPT to debug some of their code for their newest products. Unfortunately, that was leaked out onto the internet, and for now, it's actually more of a problem because this gives a vulnerability once you can prompt the code out from ChatGPT. Also, some of the newest information on their new product launches was accidentally put out on the internet. So this is an example of why you as a big corporation should be very careful with using ChatGPT. If you want to read more about it, you can find the article on Bloomberg. So this is why we're interested in using OpenAI together with Microsoft in Azure. The GPT models are in here. Those are the ones that we can use to do Q&As, write essays, write analysis, or even marketing blogs. Codex can help us with code. It is still improving. There's coming more and more languages. Right now, it's fairly good in SQL. It's okay in Python and some C, but it's improving. And then we have DALL-E that can give us images. And then, of course, ChatGPT as we know it. I've been mentioning the advantages several times, that it's deployed on your own Azure subscription. It's secured by you and also tied to your datasets and your applications. Then you have all these large pre-trained models. So although you cannot take the model and put it on-prem, at least here you can use them securely. And then you can fine-tune them to fit your exact needs. Also, there is built-in responsible AI to detect or mitigate harmful use. So let's say that you are a public institution and you need to set in more filters or more rules for what people can do or what they can say in what tone, then that can also be added in here. And then, of course, we have enterprise-grade security with RBAC or role-based security. And that makes it possible for us to decide who gets access and what kind of access they get. And we can overview who's been doing what. And at the same time, if we need it, we can put our OpenAI service on a private network so that we secure all the information going in and out. There are different kinds of models. The main part of why this is interesting is that you pay per prompt or per call to the model. And the bigger the model, the more you pay. Still, it's not very expensive. The most we've paid is 80 Norwegian crowns in a day because we fine-tuned a query model. And the highest amount of money we spent in a week was 100 Norwegian crowns. So it's still very low, but this is the reason why we look at the different models. The bigger ones can do more tasks, but they cost a little more. You've got the Codex for coding and the GPT for text. Now, they can also handle different amounts of tokens, and they can be used for different kinds of tasks. So if you just need language translation, maybe query is enough. But if you need some semantic search, like I'm going to show you, Babbage will be enough. And then it can also be things like just simple classifications. This can be very useful for when you have a data integration and you want to figure out what data is coming in and labeling it and putting it in the right place. Then you don't need more than an adder. But we can do a lot of things with all this. We can create content, we can create summarizations, we can do code generations and semantic search. So let's have a look. And what's so exciting is that once we use OpenAI service, you have it down the same layer as all the other cognitive services, so all the customizable AI. And this is why in a moment I'm going to show you how we can combine it with speech, with computer vision. We can also combine it with translation, or we can combine it with search to build a lot of different applications. And on top of that, we can take the code that we get out of OpenAI service, and we can also use it in Azure Machine Learning Service to fine-tune further on the output that we've had, or bind several models together. So let's first have a look at ChatGPT in Azure. So this is what it looks like. And there are several examples that helps us get on our way. There are also these good little prompts that tells us what it should be doing. So one here is the marketing writing assistant. And you also have examples, and you can add more down here. So here I would like it in Danish to write me an agenda outline for a blog post about ChatGPT, and I just want to see how it does in Danish, since I am Danish. And a moment later, here we go. I start having the introduction to ChatGPT. There are even different sections. What is ChatGPT? Section 2, how do I use ChatGPT? Or section 3 on what is the future. And so we can see it works similar to what we know, but then within Azure. The more extensive one that we can try out is the IRS chatbot. Now, it can only answer questions for US tax in 2022. It has a very extensive prompt of all it should not answer. And this was the one I was showing you before, but it's a good example of how far we can take it, and the fact that it can answer even legal or rule-based questions. Now, we had an example. We are starting up a new office in New York. So we have some cloud developers, and they're going to move from Norway to the US, to New York. And they, of course, were curious as to what might they be paying in tax. So let's see if it can answer this. We just made the assumption that they would be earning something like $200,000 a year, and perhaps they moved there single or married. So we thought, okay, let's see if we can ask ChatGPT how much they should be paying in tax. So, and I can say that we've tested it for pretty much all states, from Washington to Arizona to Florida, and it does equally well. So let's see if I can answer that. There we go. And then it starts writing. And apparently taxes would be, federal tax would be 54,000 in the tax bracket. And then they would have a state tax ranging between 4 to 8, and they would probably land about 3.8. And one of them were considering to get married, so we just wanted to see what difference that might be making to him. Maybe that would be advantage. You know, there might be a bit of a motivation. So let's see if it can answer that. And here we go, and it starts telling it the tax reductions and the possibilities and what liability they might have. So pretty impressive that we got that one in 2. Yet one might want to check if this is correct, because we know it can hallucinate. So perhaps it would be good to have some links to see where you can learn more about the different tax rules. So let's see if it can provide that. And here we go. It actually can provide us with even New York city government's finance pages. And if we press the link, it opens for us. So despite the fact that we are within Azure, we still have access to internet links and can move on to the internet and get information. So that is fairly neat. Now, it could go on and on and on, but time is running out. So another thing that we can do is that we can summarize text. The good thing about using the examples in here in the playground is that then all our parameters are set correctly, so we don't have to bother with that. The first example it gives is about a Microsoft text from their CTO, but I thought it would be good with an example of something very recent, so I just went and I copy-pasted the text in from GPT-4, because that for sure could not have been in the model when it was trained. So let's see if it can take this description of what GPT-4 can do and then create a summarization. And as you can see, although it's not been trained on this at all, it still does fairly well at explaining GPT-4 and its capabilities. Now, it can do a lot of text summarization, so I'm just going to skip through some of them so we get to the exciting stuff. It can also summarize an article. The thing I really like is that we can copy the code, and we can get it in JSON, we can get it in Python, in curl, and we also have it in C# now. We can take this code, and I'm going to show you that at a later stage, and then we can actually use it both in an Azure function or in a machine learning notebook to develop further on these models. So that's one of the advantages. Now, it can also do emails, but I'm sure you've seen that. It can also write emails for us, especially if we give it an example. And then one of the fun things, it can also do analysis of financial reports. So here we have an example of an extract from a financial report, and we're asking it to look if it can extract the key financial numbers, also present the risk factors and the external risk factors, and it sure does it a lot faster than I could ever do. So I find that to be fairly impressive. And I know that both Citadel and Morgan Stanley is working closely with Microsoft to develop on exactly these features. And any of you seen the Bloomberg GPT? So Bloomberg has also developed its own version of the GPT models only. It's been trained on financial data only so that it can answer questions regarding ROI, PE, risk, stocks, and so forth. So there are many really exciting applications when it comes to finance. One thing I asked it for, I just wanted to see if it could do it, is if it could create a small forecast for the report that we have here below, because that is definitely not in there. And it doesn't do a marvelous job, yet it does do the job, and it does it fairly fast, at least faster than I could ever do. So let's see my company here below. And there we go. We don't get a brilliant forecast, but it does give me a forecast that based on the financial report, we can forecast that the revenue will continue to increase in the coming year. And we can also expect gross margin to remain high due to the estimated useful lives of server and network equipment. Okay, very cool. So it can also help us with financial forecasts. This one generates an email. That's also very cool. This one can create a blog post. So again, we have an example of getting a catchy lifestyle blog post, but maybe I would like something on data trends. So that might be something we could ask it for. Instead of me writing a technical blog about new data trends, maybe I can ask it to do it. Let's see how it does. So I just changed a bit of what the tone should be and what it should be about. And I work in consulting, so it makes sense for me to ask to apply to that. And again, very, very fast, a lot faster than I can ever write a blog. It starts giving me a blog post. And it does sound like something I've read before. The future of data-driven consulting is here. As big data and analytics continue to evolve, emerging trends in data are changing the way companies do business and consultants provide services. Well, it sounds like good marketing bullshit to me. So here we go. The last and good thing, I don't know, any of you ever read somebody's code and wondered what the hell was going on? Yeah, okay, well, I mean, I have as a consultant for sure. So here's an example of explaining some SQL code. And what we would like to know is, why might somebody be interested in just this, period? And again, we just put in the SQL, and it actually gives me an explanation that the query selects customers' IDs for a certain period. And what you might be looking for is the turnover in customers. And I can copy this, and this could also be used as a component that runs through all your code and then adds explanations to it. So although this is set up and this is just made as examples, they can really help you get going fast to develop something useful. Another possibility is to have it generate SQL code. So in this case, I might want to have a TSQL table with different properties. And again, I can get the code from it and I can use it. So perhaps I wanted to do this every time I start a Power BI report or similar, then I could have help with creating SQL if I wasn't used to it. It can also do Python. I'm sure you've seen that before, and there are many other exciting things. Then I wanted to show you the example of actually taking it from in here and then taking it over into an Azure Machine Learning notebook. So this is an example of us using it for marketing purposes. Now, I'm gluten intolerant, so I wanted to develop names for chocolate chip cookies that was gluten-free. So we asked it for product names for that. And then we thought, okay, can you also give us the target groups if we should be advertising these cookies to someone? Then what might be the best target group to target? And let's see how it does. And apparently it is health-conscious individuals looking for a delicious gluten-free and healthy alternative. All right, might be. And then we ask how it should be marketed. And here it tells us that it should be marketed and promoted as a healthy snack. Okay, I'll take that. And then we take this little piece of code or the API call, and you can see we have all the different parameters set already. We copy it, and then we move on into our machine learning service, and then we paste it in here, and then we can simply run it. And then because the temperature is not set to 0, so it's not deterministic, but it's actually giving us a bit of randomness, we won't get the exact same answer, but we do get an answer to all the questions. We get names, we get target groups, and we also get who we might have to advertise this to. So this is just a very simple example of taking a code from OpenAI service and then being able to use it in something like Azure Machine Learning Service, but it can also be other scripts. Now, cognitive services is where it gets really, really exciting. So one of the things we did for fun, I did this with my colleague Tuva, is that we combined it with cognitive speech, because we figured, well, I don't want to write to ChatGPT, I actually want to talk to it. So we tried that out, and we were still focusing on chocolate chip cookies. We were hungry. And then I am hoping that there is sound, and there is not sound. Do you have sound? No, you don't have sound. Okay, I had sound Monday and Tuesday and not today. Okay. Yeah. Well, that's not very exciting, is it? Let me. That sucks. Let's see. What if I jump out of this and back in? Instead, we're doing I'm not going to jump into this because I think it's going to be too much trouble. So I'm going to tell you guys to go in and check out the speech playground in Asia, because here you can see a lot of examples where you're combining it with many customer service calls. You can change the voices, you can translate them, you can summarize them, and you can even turn them into tasks or next steps that should be done. And what you also get in here is the code, the same way that you saw the code output that you get from Azure OpenAI service. And so this can be taken straight from there, and then you can put it into, well, it could be an app like Power Apps. So go and check that out. I'm not going to play with it here because there might be problems with the sound. The next I wanted to show you is something that pretty much every customer we've had so far has asked for. And they say, well, can it also search in my own documents? Can it actually answer, like, what do we do in our onboarding process? How many legal cases have we had? Might this be a legal problem? What products actually fit this? Or what is in insurance, what are the different demands or claims that might be for this insurance group? And in a way to see it is by using OpenAI's chatbot or GPT chatbot, and then combining it with cognitive search. And then we can start looking down at databases. We can look at unstructured data. We can also look at data in an SQL database or in a Cosmos DB. So if you have it within your Microsoft environment, we can have a look at it. Now, we created a very, very small example where we took the CVs of our consultants in SharePoint, and we figured one of the things we get asked for often is like, how many years of experience do one guy have with Python, or who has both Python and R and SQL experience? And you need to figure that out. And you don't want to go through each of the CVs on their own. So we thought, okay, let's just create a very small example of us doing that. So here we asked it a question like, we need a data scientist, and the task requires knowledge about Azure machine learning, SQL, and R programming. So based on this list, who would be the best suited? And then it actually comes back with an answer to who might be the best suited consultant. And then I also get a link to the different PDFs, and I also get explanations for why I should choose Rodian or Arvad. And then I can go and see the documents that it retrieved. So it opens it up for me as a citation. And it gives me the thought process, but it also gives me supporting content. And one of the things that we're seeing it being used a lot for right now is looking through legal documents or looking through the history on customers. Or it could also be, so with the need that this customer have, what would be the best match? It can be, you also have RBAC security on this. So it will only search and give people an answer for the documents that they already have access to. Now, this is what I was really excited about today. This is completely new. So what happens if we didn't add computer vision to it? Well, luckily, somebody decided to create this today. And here is the product. So we took the same interface, and then instead we add computer vision. And now we ask it to search for a metro, and it gives us all the pictures that we have in a database that matches a metro. We can also ask it for like a Mercedes car, and then it's going to come back and give us all the pictures we have of a Mercedes car that it was able to recognize. It could also be like a place. So this is Palace de Tokyo from Paris. And it can even give us the images of that because it's in the database that it's got access to. So what about pink lines on the street? And here we go. It also found pink lines on the street. So in the same way that you can create your own version of Bing ChatGPT, you can create your own version of Google image search with computer vision. And you can do the same thing. You can drag and drop an image in here and say, okay, can you find something similar to this? So let's say it was an insurance company and they have damage on a specific kind of car. You can drag the picture of the car in and see what other cases did we have with a similar damage and what has then been the outcome in these cases. It can also just find parts of it. So here you have the poster and it can find images with it. But we could also upload something from our own computer and see if it can find it. So it's not limited to just being text. It now also can have images of our products, of places, of items, or specific terms. So at least for me, that was the highlight of my day, and I thought that was very cool and exciting. Yeah, okay, no, okay. No, I thought that was really cool. So the next thing that people keep asking me is, well, then how do I actually create it so that it can understand my company? So like Maersk has a lot of tankers with specific names. I remember there's a very big one called Emma. And I'm pretty sure if I just asked GPT for an Emma tanker, I'm not sure if it knows what it is. You might also have other specific products. And how do you then fine-tune the models to answer questions like this? Well, of course, we thought first we wanted to ask it about a Mist on Exbridge. That's where I work. And we wanted to see if it could answer what we do. So we asked the normal Da Vinci model that hasn't been fine-tuned if it could be our AI assistant, if it would work for a Mist on Exbridge. And then we wanted to know what services we could be offering. So let's see. It's stopped. And here it's it's not been tuned, so it's the normal Da Vinci model. And here we're using the Q&A feature that you also have in the playground, so anybody could replicate this if you have an OpenAI playground. And here it's then telling me that we are a leading provider of financial technical solutions, including software solutions, and we help financial institutions, corporations, and governments need their needs for regulatory compliance and process optimization. And that's not what we do. So in the next example, we have made a very small fine-tuned model. So this one was only 60 questions and answers, but just to give it an idea of what do we do, and then ask it again, okay, can you now answer what services a Mist on Exbridge offers? See? And now at least it does a bit better because it can actually tell us that we offer services such as data science and AI. We also help with innovation, digital transformation. It doesn't get everything correct, but it does get a lot of the information from our webpage. There is something about things we have won, but it gives us the wrong year, but yet just 60 lines of questions or prompting and then answers, and then it gives a bit of a better answer. So this is the difference between not giving it any fine tuning and then just a little bit of fine tuning. So about an hour's work. So how do we actually do the fine tuning process? What are the requirements? Well, you need to create a document in JSON and L, which is a long story, and then you need at least 100 questions and answers. You can loop through information and create this, so you don't have to spend too much time on it, but this is how you do it. And we're running out of time, so I'm not going to spend too much time on this. But if any of you are interested in diving into this, just reach out to me, and I will gladly show you and tell you how to do the fine-tuning of models. The last one we did for fun was combining the DALL-E model with the Da Vinci to just show that we could create a small book for training dogs. And what we did was that we gave it seed words like create a dog training book. We asked it for chapters. We asked it to create pictures and texts, and then create a document. Now, this is just a silly Word document, but it does it, and it did it within a few minutes. And the output could just have been a script, or it could have been to a web page, which is what we're doing now. So yes, the images are silly, but if you look at the fact that we put in 3 lines of code, then I was pretty amazed that it could do an entire dog training book. So silly as it is, I'm glad you're laughing. We're using the same script, but instead of now doing this, we're creating websites. So these are some of the applications that can be used. But it's moving fast. And the next and very cool part is, of course, GitHub Copilot. And you can't really miss that it's there. So this is actually the script that was used to create the cognitive search document, where we go and look for all the different CVs. And now I opened it in VS Code. And then, of course, you need to have installed GitHub Copilot. And this is the labs version that I'm showing, so you need to install that too. And then you need to have it open. And then you just need to go in there and you mark your text. And once you mark your text, you have a lot of different things you can choose to do. First, you can ask it to explain. There's also a custom explain. And in custom explain, you can ask for in English or to a 5-year-old or very simple. So even if you don't understand C# or JavaScript or anything else, you can get a very, very good description of what's going on in the code. And it will give you links to get further understanding of the software development kits in there, or the kind of services that you're using. So this is very, very helpful for anybody who wants to understand the code better that they're looking at. If you want to turn it into a different language that you might not be proficient in, it does that too. So here we got Python, and I'm not very good with JavaScript, so I figured I would turn it into JavaScript. And 1 moment later, it comes up with a little script below there, and I can choose to import it. So suddenly I can get it in a lot of different languages, and the list is really, really long. On top of that, we've got the brushes that can help us both make it more readable. It can help us add types. It can help fix bugs to some extent, not everything, but if it's typos or small things, it can fix them. It can also help you debug or just make it more readable. So that's what I chose to do here. Once we made it more readable, we might want to get a little bit more of documentation on it. So that's another thing it can help with. And here you can see all the green and orange lines is where it actually goes in, and it helps us document what's going on. So there was some documentation, but now we've got even more added. So even if you were lazy and didn't want to add documentation, at least here you get a bit of help. You can, of course, also set up an entire another script that reads this all out so that it becomes a more readable document, like a Word document or so. Another possibility that I really, really like is that we can clean up the code, because at least in the bottom of this part, there was a long chunk that was quite hard to read and understand down here. And I thought, let's see if we can just clean this up a little bit. So we just go in and we mark it, and then we go over here and we ask it to clean it up. And suddenly we have half as many lines as we did before, and it's quite clean and very easy to read. And what's exciting, and I want you to go in and check it out, is that within a week or two, chat is coming to this. So all these features will be accessible by chat, and it's called GitHub Chat. So go in, check it out. I think coding has never been easier. So we have seen a bit of DALL-E. We've seen all the benefits. Time's up. It's of course important that we put this into responsible use, and that also means that we don't want to fine-tune so much that we can't explain our models. We don't want to fine-tune on biased information. We don't want to remove any guardrails, and we don't want to use ChatGPT and leak any information from our company. That's it from me. Any questions? Yes?
I mean, you show this as generative AI, because in most of your examples, you're trying to squeeze and minimize the information, so you as a person can digest it faster.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there must be somehow a balance between you're generating things and now you need to consume or like to minimize things.
Yeah.
And the question is just, how do you think AI will move in this direction? Because it's easy for you and free of cost to generate a lot of information, and I have to spend time on processing it, so I need to remove all the unnecessary information.
So you're sort of touching on the next talk I'm having at the Women in Data Science on a project that we're doing, which is AI for and against misinformation. Because the trouble is that once it's so easy to generate information, the cost of generating content for online or social media, it goes to zero. And of course, some people are already misusing this. And that means that we are seeing a really huge increase, an exponential increase in misinformation and creation of sites, creation of blogs, creation of different social media profiles. And so we have created a whole project with the fact-checking organization in Norway on how do we catch it. And on the other side, there is quite a lot of models that can tell us how likely is it that this is AI generated. There is also quite a lot of models that can tell us with the way it's spreading, this is most likely a bot network or like a troll here. So there are many tools that we're using to then catch misinformation. There is also a very, very cool model made from MIT where they're looking at, is this a deep fake? And it can give you a likelihood of it being a deep fake. So what we're doing with them is that we're scraping the internet for the news that is spreading the fastest or going viral the fastest, and then scoring, you know, is this spreading in a way that looks like it's a bot network? Is it does it look like it's a generative AI? Because you can rate that pretty fast. Does it look like the pictures are rated and so forth? And then we go through a whole list of criteria. And some of the research that the Pioneering Center of AI is doing right now has a lot to do with how can you fact check and how can you improve the ability to do logical reasoning. So this is where we're seeing a lot of the efforts and research right now. But it will be a problem. Yeah. So, yeah.
You mentioned like this is new, that's new, and my question is, where do you get this information, or how do you keep updated in the field, right? Because there are so many sources.
Yeah.
What would you recommend, like, subscribe to, or like where would you?
Well, I mean, for me, it's Twitter and it's LinkedIn and it's following a lot of the very influential people, whether it is Sam Altman or Ali K. Miller or a lot of the Microsoft MVPs or even some of their architects. So, and I mean, I don't even calculate the number of hours I spend looking through these things and reading it, but there isn't a one place and then you get all the digest. For me, it's a network of people who come with good news, and then I follow that, and that leads to another good person, and I learn from that. So it was the fact that I got the custom vision in, that was random. It was just something that popped up on my LinkedIn. I was like, okay, gotta fork that GitHub repo and see if we can spin it up and do something with it. So yeah, I mean, all the ones I follow, but the list is up in the thousands. So I think there was a meme the other day of the CEO of Google where everything he said was AI, AI, more AI, edit AI. And I feel like that's pretty much my feed on all my social media. That is just AI, AI, and more AI. Yeah. More questions? Yeah.
Yeah, I think you said you maybe introduced us by saying that you should be scared when you start. Is it true? I mean, for AI, or it was because I think you have not scared us yet.
Oh, that's good. I mean, I think people should be worried about sharing information with ChatGPT because there are leaks. And I think right now with the threat in the world being rather high, as a Danish company, whether you're Maersk or you're Skat, if you share your code, there is good reason to think that Russian hackers might be looking for your code or look for any vulnerabilities. So I do think that the risk is very high, and I definitely want to avoid any company employees sharing information that could make Danish companies more vulnerable. Then that being said, there are many exciting possibilities, but it is revolutionizing how we work the same way the computer did. So is that good? Is it bad? Well, it's probably both. It seems to be a very, very powerful tool. So like atomic power, it can generate a lot of clean energy almost, and it can also create bombs. So I think it's a double-edged sword in the end of the day. Yeah.
How do you feed it? How do you feed it your own data? Don't just set the prompts and say, "Oh, you should know this, this, and this," right?
So that's the fine-tuning part. So this is where we have a script that creates a very specific format where you ask your question and then you have an answer. And in a good model, you need at least 1,000 of these, and none of us wants to write 1,000 questions and answers. So then we have another script that reads through your documents. Then it asks questions to the documents. Then it asks it to answer the questions of the documents. And then you sort of go through, are these good questions and answers? And then you have a loop and 1,000 prompts and answers you can put in, and that's how we start fine-tuning a model.
You mentioned, for example, giving access to your SQL data.
Yeah.
Is that also through prompts you ask and you respond?
When I ask the chatbot, I can ask it, could you find a table called XYZ or combination? And then it just goes, it knows what an SQL table looks like. And if you have made the connection via cognitive search, it can go down and look in it. The same way it would be looking for a snippet of text in a PDF. And then what it does is that it does embedding. So it's doing a vectorization, trying to look for, so you're asking for A, what can I find down here that is the most similar, that looks the most like what you're asking for? If that makes sense. Yeah. Right.
So I know this is in an Azure context, but maybe this should be a prompt to ChatGPT or a question. But if you were to recommend some reading, or one or two sources on understanding the background on how these models work, right? So not for someone who's a layman, right? You've given a lot of examples of how to apply it,
yeah,
how it can be applied in the future, and that brings a lot of ideas around how it can be used in a business context for all of us. But to understand how it works, to maybe even think beyond that. So what should one read? Is it a book? Is it a paper, or what would you recommend? One or two?
Yeah, if I had to choose two, Hugging Face has an entire library on the development of large language models. It is really, really good. It gives you the entire development, it explains you what transformers is, it explains encoders and decoders and all the different models, and also visually. So that is one really good place. And then I was thinking of, there's on a little higher level, Dan Setrup is probably one of the best guys in Denmark when it comes to data science and machine learning. And 2-3 days ago, I think, he wrote an article and he published it on his LinkedIn profile explaining all the different large language models and what they do. I think that one was worth reading. Dan Setrup. Yeah. You're welcome. So it's Friday afternoon, the sun is shining. If you have any more questions, feel free to just write to me on LinkedIn, or if you suddenly think of something else, you feel free. And thank you for inviting me as a speaker and for being here.